every meeting held pursuant to this section shall be the physical attendance of at least one member of the executive committee elected as a state committee member or to fill a vacancy for a state committee member from each of 11 assembly districts, casting aggregate of 450 county committee votes. Do we have a quorum present?
Yes.
Insomuch as we have at least one member of the executive committee elected as a state committee member or to fill a vacancy of a state committee member from each of the 11 assembly districts, casting an aggregate amount of 450 county committee votes, we do in fact, Madam Chair, have a quorum present.
At this time, we would like to give an explanation of our meeting procedures for today. The Q&A is where you will post your questions to the chair. A third-party moderator is monitoring this Q&A for the purposes of keeping the queue and for alerting the chair. This is also where you will post if you are making or seconding a motion or stating an interrupting motion. For example, a point of order. The chat is reserved for responding to your technical questions. Recognition, all questions must be for recognition to be recognized during this meeting. All questions must be directed to and through the chair via the Q&A box. When recognition is in order, the chair will recognize the member. Any member seeking recognition for the purposes of being dilatory, for example, raising the same point that has already been discussed and answered, will not be assigned the floor. Points must also be germane to the pending question. And for reference, you can see Robert Rules of Order, Section 313. At this time, to help us set expectations for this meeting and to offer greetings, I would like to introduce our chair, Rodney's Bichot.
I see it.
That'll be called in 1 second. Thank you. Is it in the Q&A?
Yes. Yeah, I'm responding. I'm responding. We're not recognizing. Keep on.
Good afternoon, Brooklyn. I am Kings County Democratic County Committee Chair of the Executive Committee, Rodney Bichot. I'd like to welcome and thank everyone who has given their time, talents, and determination to the cause of building a better and stronger organizations dedicated to lifting up and empowering everyday Brooklynites in these fraught and anxious times. With a new Democratic administration about to be sworn in Washington, we have the opportunity to begin reversing the damage that this current administration has done and still continues to do. It is vital that we all speak with one voice, and a very loud and proud one, to capitalize on the momentum. As we, with all people of good faith and strong beliefs, we have our differences. And I think we benefit not just from acknowledging that, And after a 13-hour meeting, who could deny that? But truly embracing it. I realize there are different points of view within the party, and I always welcome a healthy and robust dialogue between all perspectives. And I firmly believe that despite our differences, we can and we must work together to solve a very real and difficult problems facing Brooklyn. That is my pledge to all of you as a chairperson. The reason is clear. We are the strongest when every racial, ethnic, and sexual identity is represented, and no place embodies this diversity better than Brooklyn. We have political parties in this nation who officials all look and think alike. Our party looks like Brooklyn with the nature itself and its bounty. It's all about diversity, a diversity celebrated by the poet and Brooklyn native, Walt Whitman, as an akin to nature in itself, in its bounty and multiplicity. Ours is a party that reflects the needs of all its constituents. This is our strength. Surely, then, it is not an impossible task for us to unite for the greater good. As your chair, I worked hard to bring much needed change to our party. When I stepped into this role, it was as a reformer. It is my goal, remains unchanged, to make this the most progressive, transparent, and inclusive party in the nation. And I believe we're well on our way to that. In less than a year, we have implemented financial reforms that put us on the course to a balanced budget for the first time in decades. And I have to tell you, when I came in, the Treasury was close to zero, and I helped raise $500,000. When I took this position, I recognized that outdated requirement. In order to run for office, you had to check a box that said male or female, which has no place in a welcoming, progressive, and modern organization. So I created the Task Force on Gender Discrimination and Representation. And we just recommended that we expand representation to include all Brooklyn Democrats, regardless of their gender identity, fluidity, or other characteristics unrelated to their ability to run and serve as representatives to their community on the county committee. That's a recommendation I believe every Brooklynite can and must get behind. In Albany, I implemented election reforms that made it easier to voters to understand their absentee ballots in the November election, including ballots that were not postmarked, and helped redesign with the State Board of Election the ballot envelopes with the big red X. And this was to strive to prevent any ballot from being discounted on any technicality. These reforms helped us overcome the red mirage and emerge victorious, keeping Brooklyn blue. Still, we have a long road ahead of us. We still have seats to take back, and we should nominate a mayor who can help us recover from the devastation this pandemic has caused our borough. The pandemic forced us to take a serious look at the inequities in our city. The party we are building leaves no Brooklynite behind. I know what it's like to face those disparities head on. As the first Black female chair of the party, I know that we need a body that is at least reflective of all demographics, including sexes, identities, skin colors, beliefs, and income levels. I know we need to see it too, that we don't have people who are left out of a vaccine distribution plan. It has never been more critical, literally a matter of life or death, that we work together on behalf of this great borough. I knew that holding a virtual meeting with one of the largest county committees in the nation would be difficult, but it's the right thing to do and the only safe option. As I said last week, I take full responsibility for the shortcomings and promise we will do better moving forward to ensure every voice in our party will be heard. Since then, we've taken several steps to make today's meeting a more successful one. As you can see, the former chair resigned. Our new chair is Tremaine Wright, Assemblywoman, who recently filled a vacancy, also an attorney. We have hired highly respected parliamentarian to advise with best procedures and practices. Rob Robinson is a professional registered parliamentarian and will help us ensure a process that is fair, transparent, and effective in giving members an opportunity to speak. A forensic CPA has reviewed the disputed prior voting results and will be tabulating today's vote to ensure these results are accurate and thorough. Proxy and Company is a widely recognized accounting firm with a forensic team that specializes in this work. We are also adding a meeting facilitator, Enrique Zapata, and a stenographer, court reporter, to improve our overall operations. The Zoom Q&A feature will be open and monitored by volunteers to ensure, and lawyers to ensure that members are able to communicate with our team. This will be a structured and efficient meeting with substance. We look to continue to aspire a meeting that will follow Robert's Rules of Order. This is the single most thing that everybody has been asking for. Everybody, Robert's Rules of Order. And we must follow. With the holiday season upon us, it is a fitting time to renew our commitment to our shared values and to each other, not as adversaries, but as allies who believe in the same goals, but may have different ideas on how to get there. This is an asset, not a shortcoming. We welcome and encourage everyone's input in our mission to build a better borough, working together toward a better, more equitable future. Let's unify Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you mentioned, we do have our forensic accountant present with us today. And at this time, the chair recognizes Jim O'Brien of Proxy and Company to please come forward to explain the review of our previous ballots, review of the previous votes, and the procedure which we will be using as we move forward today. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you. Okay, I have a presentation and I just want to start sharing my screen. Is that possible? Yep.
Jim, I believe you can start now.
Thank you. Oops. Is my screen up now? I'm trying to get it. There we go. Is that working? Great, thank you. So we were hired to do our forensic investigation, excuse me, from the December 16th vote. Our findings, which, let me see if I can I'll minimize. There we go. So our findings, and these are very important. We did not find any evidence of intentional misrepresentation of counting the votes. From our analysis, we believe the issues related to the vote on December 16th were as a result of human error. And part of that process, Grassi and Company in our forensic investigation built an auditable model that records every vote for transparency purposes. So we went through the process and we reconciled, and I'll move to the next screen. So we reconciled what happened and how did we end up with 2,206 votes. The complications from that vote, we identified 3 duplicate members that were on the register. We also identified 1 ineligible voter who was a seat filler that also voted. We also identified that there was a duplication of counting of individuals who issued proxies but also voted. We also identified numerous individuals that issued multiple proxies, and that was a complicating process in our investigation to determine which proxy was serving in the vote process. We used and relied upon the latest proxy that was date stamped in that process. And the last complication that we identified was the counting of the default votes to the district leader for weighting. And that was tied to individuals with the duplication of issued proxies and who voted during the meeting on the 16th. So that was the process of doing our reconciliation. The net adjustment that we identified to the December 16th, 2020 vote was original vote of 2,206. The underrepresented voters were 169. Overrepresented voter was 225, which gave us a net result of 2,150. So we have no duplicate voters in there, and we have a model that will record every seat and every person and how that person was voting, whether they cast a live vote, whether they cast a proxy vote, or whether their vote was going to be counted during the default process. The results of our votes are displayed right now. The yes votes were 1,060. The no votes were 1,089. Then there was 1 vote to abstain. The total votes we have at that 2,150. We identified some of the individuals who issued, well, these are the individuals that issued proxies and voted. So this list is the people that led to the duplication of counting extra votes by virtue of how the weighting process was performed on the 16th. So our conclusion from the process again was we did not find any evidence of intentional misrepresentation of counting votes. We believe the voting issues that were experienced on the 16th were a result of human error and how the model was set up to count. And finally, we have built an auditable model that records every vote and how that vote was counted, and that was created for transparency purposes. For the vote today, it was mentioned that we will be assisting through the process. So Grassi and Company will use our vote counting model to count all the ballots that were cast during today's meeting. For each ballot that's cast, Grassi will create an audit trail that will allow for ballot transparency going through the process. And with that, I will stop if there's questions. And I also have my contact information for purposes of again, transparency if there are questions for the voter process. Okay, I'm going to turn off my screen sharing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. At this time, we're going to have an explanation of the voting platform so that we can bring some clarity and some vision to what the changes that have been made, and so that we can build a confidence on how we're moving forward as a community of voters and our county committee here. So today, all registered county committee members should now refer to the email that you used to register for this meeting. Please retrieve your voting credentials and access the voting platform. The email was sent to you by Brooklyn Dems at Simply Voting at approximately 9:30 p.m. last night. Once you've located the email, you should refer to the elector ID and password in the body of the email. Please write those down on a piece of paper just so that you have it handy. Next, please follow the link that says "To vote, please visit https://brooklyndems.simplyvoting.com/. Enter your credentials, both your elector ID and password, in the field that will appear in your browser. Hopefully, you're now logged into the voting landing page. You should think of this as your home base. Once you're here, you'll see that we have opened a test vote. Please go ahead and answer the question on your screen. It should read, "Were you able to log in successfully?" If you were able to see this, you have logged in, and you may select yes. Obviously, if you're unable, we are going to have to walk you through how to get this done, and we're going to ask that if you're having any trouble accessing this page, please reach out to us through the chat for technical support, or call the help hotline. And the telephone number is 347-395-4059. Again, that help number, Again, the help hotline number is 347-395-4059. And a volunteer will be able to help you get logged in and make sure that you're able to access the vote. Now, just to be clear, you will not be able to join the meeting unless and until you are elected. Anyone elected by the Executive Committee on December 2nd, 2020 to fill a vacancy in the Democratic County Committee has had their election nullified by the state Supreme Court. The court held that elections to fill vacancies are to be made by the county committee. Such elections to fill vacancies is a part of today's agenda. Please note that the test vote will close shortly, but you should keep your browser open. You'll be able to refresh the KCDCC organizational meeting landing page. So the landing page which you open to, you'll be able to refresh it throughout our meeting and at the start of each vote. This is where you'll be able to find the ballot for every vote that we're going to take up during today's meeting. So please keep it open, even if it's on the side of your screen, and just be prepared to refresh the landing page so that whenever we open a vote, you're able to access everything that you need. As we're committed to doing things in a proper way, and we promised that last week, the meetings would be orderly, efficient, and structured. And several members on both sides have asked that we use Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised edition, 12th edition. And the chair will, at this point, as the chair, I will ask for an adoption of the Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting, so that this meeting may be run in a structured and orderly fashion. Is there any objection to the adopting of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting? Is it in the Q&A? Okay. There are two objections. So we will open. I need to acknowledge, I believe I'm sorry. I'm coming in. I just want to make sure that we're pulling up the first person, and that would have been Doug Schneider. Is that who you have as well?
Mm-hmm.
And so we would like to acknowledge Doug Schneider.
No, he objected.
Oh, he objected, and then we can move forward.
Call for a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. And is there, so we've
Someone
had,
objects.
is there a motion on the floor that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting? And Lori Maslow. We acknowledge Lori Maslow. I see she's asked to speak.
It's been seconded.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, as a parliamentary authority for this meeting.
Is there a second? I believe Tori Kelly. Who is?
She's been promoted to panel.
Can Tori Kelly speak? Please
I
unmute.
second the motion. I second the motion. Thank you.
It is moved and seconded that we adopt Robert Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as parliamentary authority for this meeting. Okay. We don't have to go into the ayes.
Yeah.
Okay, yes,
No, because they're voting on it.
because we've already voted on it. No, they voted to the motion.
Right, so now the ballot is open, right?
Yes, and that's why there's any debate at this point.
Right, is there any debate?
Right, now, is there any debate? And I need you guys to tell me who's up, because I can't follow that right now.
Right, so that's the guy in the chat.
That's Doug. Okay. So can we elevate Mr. Doug Schneider? Please hold your,
And debate has to be germane to adopting Robert's rules.
Yes.
You got that?
Did Doug?
She's gonna get it.
Doug,
Thank
hold
you.
on. Are you Doug?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. The implementation of Robert Rules of Order in this instance is being used to suppress and nullify what was a vote taken.
Stop.
I'm sorry, we're not, any and all debate must be germane to the question at hand, and that is before
Absolutely,
the body.
Jermaine, and that you
And
asked, but
we're asking if we would like to implement and use this as parliamentary authority. We're not asking for an assessment of previous actions or interpretations of it. We're saying in this meeting, as we move forward, do you want to adopt the parliamentary authority of Robert Rules of Order? So I am going to say that we're going to say that your comments are not germane to the question at hand, and we are going to move to the next speaker. And I believe that it is, who is it? Enrique? Is it Josh Kirschner? I'm sorry, just give us 1 second because we're moving the people. We're reading through all the Q&A so that we can go into order. Thank you.
What's his, there's a couple of Josh.
Kirschner, Kershner.
He's allowed to talk.
Yes.
Hello. I filed an objection to the use of Robert's rules. It is important to recognize that the chair is serving unlawfully and therefore could not make the motion or.
So I did not, so just to be clear, the chair did not make the motion. It was made by Lori Maslow. So again, your comments must be related to the use of these rules as parliamentary authority, not to interpretations and not to review of past actions. So this objection is not well-founded at this moment. And so we will move on to the next person. We have Miss Mariana Alexander.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So I think I object to the use of Robert's rules for the purposes of this meeting. Obviously, I think it's a good idea in general, but given that this is a continuation of a meeting that started last week, it seems unwise to switch the kind of rules of the game mid-game. So we've already commenced the meeting under a certain set of rules. All actions taken previously were in line with those rules. And I think we should continue through using those rules until this meeting is eventually adjourned. Obviously, in the rules that were passed in our first session, Robert's rules are included. However, under advisement from Mr. Maslow, those rules don't become effective until after this meeting is adjourned. So, I'm just putting it out there that I think we should stick with the rules that we currently have, the rules of procedure we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. At this time, we would like to bring Sam Tressler.
Oh, she's recognized.
Before we introduce Mr. Sam Tressler, we'd like to recognize the chair, Rodney Short.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me? Okay. First thing, we are trying to have a structured meeting. We see that there's debates. The vast majority in all of Brooklyn have called the Kings County Democratic County Committee to say, going forward, we are supposed to have a structured and efficient meeting using Robert Rules of Order. In fact, there was a rule proposal to incorporate Robert's Rules of Order. So I am making it very clear that we see that there are a few people who are combating in having a structured and efficient meeting. Okay? We are trying to get through this meeting in a structured, efficient, and lawful way. So this should be a debate on questions on maybe what is Robert Rules of Order, but not to deter the democracy of the people from having a structured and efficient meeting. This is not tyranny. This is not dictatorship. This is what everybody asked for. In fact, again, an amendment proposal was put forth. Okay, so that is my input, ladies and gentlemen, as a chair. Thank you.
Okay, I'm taking off my mute. Okay, and I recognize, I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. I recognize Edu Hermelin. Did you?
Madam Chair, we need to move this previous question.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I need to move this previous question.
The question is on the motion that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting. All in favor, I'm sorry. Yes, so at this time, since we have a motion to move on the previous question, we are going to move forward with that question. And we're asking that we open a ballot to vote on moving the previous question, which will officially end this debate. And then we will move to the vote if it is upheld. So at this time, we are opening the ballot to move on the question, to move the previous question. That ballot is available on the voting, what is the proper name of it? Our voting platform. So update your browser. Please vote. All in favor of moving on the previous question, vote yes. All opposed, vote no. And any abstentions, please abstain. You have the opportunity to abstain.
Saying that under Robert's rules, there's no abstain.
He's right. There is no abstentions on the Robert's Rules of Order, but this is. So we have to call Sabrina.
The ballot, to everyone experiencing some delay in the ballot opening, please wait because ballots are produced in real time. And therefore, we have to provide a couple of moments to allow for our team to upload the proper ballot so that whenever a vote occurs or a vote is necessary, they are providing you with a ballot. They could not be preloaded because it's necessary for us to be able to reply in real time. So please give them a moment and then refresh your browser and you'll be able to find, you should be able to access the voting ballot. Members, members, the ballot should be live now on the site. Please press refresh. And the question before us is a motion to move the previous question, which will end debate. So please vote on the ballot that should be appearing on your screen after you refresh. I'm gonna hold on 1 second. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I just want to let you know that we see that people have been able to access the ballot and that voting is occurring. We're going to keep the ballot open for an additional 3 minutes to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to access the page and to navigate the space easily. So give it approximately 3 more minutes so that everyone can cast their ballot in this first vote of the day. Thank you very much.
Inez said she was able to vote.
There's one more minute to voting. We see that there are a couple of people who have reached out for assistance. Someone should be reaching back to you. So please call the number. And for those who have been using the chat to connect for technical assistance, I believe someone should be responding to you via email or on the chat, a direct chat message. Thank you. Can you, 1 second. Good afternoon, everyone. We thank you for your patience with this new process. We are in the process of closing the votes. So I hope everyone has had an opportunity to vote. If you have not, please stay on the helpline so that we can make sure we can work out any concerns and kinks that might exist. But we will be closing the voting within probably the next 30 seconds. So please take this opportunity to vote if you have not. And we will also be providing technical assistance as we move forward. So it's ongoing assistance. The number has been relisted in the chat. So please use it if you are having any trouble. Well, as soon as we get the tally, we will return with those numbers. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We have closed the voting. At this time, it's going to take approximately 5 minutes for the accountants to tabulate the votes and to give us the results. They will, as soon as they provide that information, we will determine whether the debate has been closed or if we will continue with debate on the question before us. Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I just wanted to let you know that the accountant is tabulating the votes. As soon as he has them ready, he will come forward to present the end result and the final tabulation. Please just give him a few more moments. We're sorry for the delay, but he is managing this entire count. None of the executive committee is involved in this. As he explained during his presentation at the top of the hour, they have already gone through all of the proxies and the people eligible to vote. They have counted it all out. They have established their system for tabulating votes, which was explained during his presentation this morning, as well as all of the numbers given. Since this is the second part of an adjourned meeting, the numbers of proxy, we have not accepted any new proxies. The proxies are exactly the same number and amount as they were when they were reviewed by our credentials committee on December 14th and 15th, and the numbers are the exact same as they were at the December 16th meeting. So with that information, as he presented during his presentation, those are the numbers of valid and authorized voters in this election, and the results are coming shortly. The accountant will come forward and present the results. Please give him a couple more moments. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, members. This tabulation is taking an extremely long time, so this chair is going to ask if we can please continue with our debate on the issue, on the question before us. So we are going to ask if anyone that has a comment that is germane to the question before us, which is whether or not to adopt the Robert's Rules of Order as a parliamentary authority for this meeting, to please begin to line up in the Q&A so that we can call on you to continue this discussion.
You got some hands up.
And I'm looking in the Q&A now. We're at 2:05. And
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat.
yeah, so
Nick Rizzo said he has a question at 2:05.
so Kufe Noralahi, I'm sorry, Noralahi, if we can please acknowledge Mr. Kufe, yes,
Oh,
to
I might
speak.
be time.
1 minute. All right.
And because this is a very robust conversation point, we're going to ask if people could please try to limit their comments to 1 minute. I know that's a challenge, but we are asking it. Ms. Noralahi, I'm sorry for butchering the last name.
That's all right. That's all right. I was actually just asking it in the chat. I believe some other members have a question, but I'm just wondering if you could please give us information on why it's taking this long to count the votes.
I can't actually respond on the why, because this is completely, it's an electronic system that we're using for the first time, and it is controlled and managed by our accountants. So we have no input into the tabulation. That is something that has been downloaded to them. They look at the numbers and give it back to us. The understanding is that people are voting, but they also have to account for proxies. And therefore, we have to just provide that, we have to allow them the space and time to come up with the answers, because their results are audited. And so we'll move on to the next person. And please, if we can make sure that they are actually germane to the question before us. Thank you so much. Ms. Nick.
He's able to talk. Yep, he's up.
Who is it?
Nick Rizzo.
Nick Rizzo is the next person on our list.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Why were none of us, literally none of us, given input as to how this meeting would go? And why does it conflict with the agenda that you yourself set last night?
So I am going to say, I don't know who the grand we are in setting an agenda. I understand that as an organization, the organization has deemed the roles and responsibilities of its members already. And so in addressing who is responsible for such duties, I cannot speak on that at this moment, but I am going to say that the question before us is whether or not we are going to adopt the Robert Rules of Order, 12th edition, as our parliamentary authority. And so while I appreciate your commentary and your concern on our organizational structure, I am going to say that that point of order is not well taken at this time. And so we have to move on to the next person who actually has a comment that is germane to this. Is it Lori Maslow is next?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I would like to say that I support this measure. Before the recess from the last meeting, there were many cries from many wanting Robert's rules and a parliamentarian. And we heard your cries. I heard your cries. I know it's on on tape. It was recorded. And so I am just making a comment in support because we want to be unified. We want to work together. We recognize the need, and we are addressing it in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now we'll move on to our next person.
We have Jack.
Jack.
No, we don't.
Is it, no, go with that. It's Jack Drury. Mr. Drury.
Hi, sorry,
Hi.
they wouldn't let me unmute. In light of the length of time required for the vote tabulations and the difficulties we had with the last meeting, I want to make a motion to prevent.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to mute you and stop because that point of order is not well taken at this time because we're not having a discussion on the manner in which votes are being tabulated. What we are having a discussion on and the question before us is whether or not we are going to adopt the Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition, as our parliamentary authority. And so I need us to just try to keep our conversation focused on that matter and not fall into a broader discussion of some of the concerns that we know may exist for many of our members. That is going to be coming in this agenda, and we will have opportunity to address concerns as we move forward as a committee. But we can't do it at this time. So I am going to ask, please, everyone, please speak to whether or not we are going to adopt Robert's Rules of Order. That is what many of us have identified as a reliable tool and to help us keep our meetings and conduct our meetings in an orderly fashion. So I am going to call now on, the floor will be given to Mr. Josh Kirschner, and I'm going to ask if he can please be given a mic and unmuted. Mr. Kirschner? I thought you were in the queue. The name Anthony.
I got it. Anthony, you good?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. Kirschner?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
I would like to move to overrule the chair. That is a privileged motion, and I would like to explain what I'm moving to overrule. That cannot be denied at this time.
It is, so that is, as far as I know, a move to overrule the chair is not an actual thing. Is there
It's
something else
also
you would
referred
like?
to as a move to appeal a decision of the chair.
Okay, yes.
It was earlier ruled that my statements before were not germane when I attempted to raise a point of order that the chair is not serving lawfully in the role that they are currently in. That point of order is also privileged and also cannot be refused to be responded to. That particular decision of the chair effectively stated that the chair is serving lawfully, and I believe that the chair is not, because the meeting at which she was selected was one that violated the party's rules. And so I move to overrule the chair and have a vote on whether or not.
Thank you for your comments. However, the your appeal to decision to your decision to appeal the decision of the chair is not valid at this time, because the question before us is whether or not we will be accepting Robert's Rules of Order. And so therefore we can't possibly be dealing with both of those issues at this one time. There's one issue before us, and that is what we must address before we move on to another. Thank you very much. Pamela, I believe the next person is a Pamela Lachlan. Oh, Lockley, I'm sorry.
Not showing up.
Hello, Miss Lockley. Miss Lockley, are you on? I'm sorry, it seems that Ms. Lockley is having some technical difficulty. At this time, can we please move to Anthony Malone?
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
we can.
Great, thank
Sorry.
you. I just wanted to raise the point that we, in our last session of this meeting, before we took a recess, we voted to adopt Robert's rules in conjunction with some other points, which I know members feel very strongly about, including proxy reform and rules change reform. So my feeling is that this vote to adopt Robert's rules will turn out to be a way to, go back and nullify that previous vote. If you can provide us assurances that that's not what you're planning to do, then I think people would feel more comfortable adopting Robert's rules for this meeting. But without those assurances, my feeling is that we should vote not to adopt Robert's rules for this meeting and keep the rules that were in effect from the first session of this organizing meeting.
Thank you for the comments, and I understand your concern. However, at this very moment, I cannot address the concerns of some previous actions because I am trying to keep our conversation, and I believe that the best the best order of operation for us is to address the concern that is immediately before us, which is the question of whether or not we adopt Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting. So while there may be some concerns, this is the thing that we definitely have to address at this moment. And so I'm going to call on the Honorable Annette Robinson at this time. I believe that we can give her an opportunity to speak on this matter. We have another person.
I want to thank you for the consideration. Can you hear me? I want to thank you for the consideration of this issue for parliamentary authority for this meeting. I've sat in the meeting last week and I understand that people wanted some structure to the meeting. And so since that time, the chairperson has made every attempt to provide structure in regards to the accounting of the meeting and also in terms of providing a professional parliamentarian to be able to assist us. And so therefore, I do think we in some situations, we can't have it both ways. We need to be able to be direct and forward and move forward with this meeting with a parliamentary authority. So therefore, I support moving forward with this discussion.
Thank you. And I believe we have another person in the queue, Edu Hermelin. Give me 1 second.
Madam Chair, I just want to take this opportunity to let everyone know that I do support us adopting Robert Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition. It is in part that we try to unify this Democratic Party to make sure that we provide transparency and democracy. It appears to me that many members on this call, on this webinar, are attempting to delay the action. This is something that was requested in regards to implementing Robert Rules of Order. And now they're making a statement that they do not want to implement or adopt Robert Rules of Order. It seems confusing that this attempt is being made. In essence of time, I think we need to continue to move forward. We need to adopt the Robert Rules of Order and to unify this party. We cannot continue to do back and forth or discussion in regards to this. This is something that they wanted. This is something that we gave them. And I think we need to adopt the rules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, and in the essence of time, considering the amount of time that we have spent on this, the chair is going to move that we move to an up or down vote on whether or not to accept Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as the parliamentary authority for this meeting. At this time, a ballot has been opened. Please refresh your browser and go in and vote. This is a vote an up or down vote to determine whether or not we will adopt Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, as parliamentary authority for this meeting.
Yeah, why are we doing this again?
No, we're voting yes now on whether to, because debate is over, and we're voting on Robert's rules, yes or no, yes.
Well, what was the previous vote? We didn't
To
get.
call the question, to close debate.
Good afternoon, members. The the ballot has just closed. We believe everyone had an opportunity to vote. The accountant is tabulating the final results, and they will be online shortly to explain the snafu, logistical concerns, whatever technical problems they had with the first vote, and also to give us the results from this most recent election. So please give them 2 minutes and they'll be right on to give us the vote. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. At this time, I think we need to hear from our accounting company to explain some of the concerns and queries that are going on related to these votes and the time that it's taking for tabulations. So at this time, we're going to ask if Jim O'Brien will please come forward and address our body. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Chair. One, I want to apologize for how long it's taken for us to get through the first vote. I want to explain why we were running into some of the delays. The model that we built was built off of the vote that occurred on December 16th. That vote included orally cast votes as well as the simply voting votes. With this vote, all votes were cast via the simply voting system. And when we input those results in, we found a glitch in our model based on the orally cast votes. We are updating that and fixing that. Once we have that model through our quality control process, we will be able to share the results. I expect that we will have this completed in a very short amount of time. So in the next few minutes, we are working through that technical glitch. Once that technical glitch is fixed, we will have an ability to do the votes in again, as real time as possible. One thing I want to assure everyone is no one is influencing this process. This process is independent. We built the model, and this model is going to calculate the votes. We will have an audit trail and the transparency necessary for everyone to understand and document how the votes went out. And again, I want to apologize for the delay that it's taken with this first vote. I expect as we move forward through the other votes that we will be able to issue the results in as real time as possible once we get the cast votes into our system. So that's the update. I will be back shortly to provide the results for the first vote on the Roberts rules.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Members, due to this news at this time, I'm going to ask if we can stand at ease so that we can wait and get the information necessary so that we'll have guidance and structure for how we're going to move our meeting forward. So right now the meeting is, we are all standing at ease. Thank you. Good evening, members. Good evening. I am coming on to deliver a brief update and message. We just want to let you know that at 6 p.m., the accounting firm will be on this meeting, will be appearing before you on this platform to give you an update on the tabulation of the votes, the delays, and their expected workflow. So please come back on. Please notify other members that you know that have been on the this meeting platform to please join us, because at 6 p.m., the accounting firm will be joining us to speak to us and give us an update. We are very sorry for this delay, and we hope to get some answers at 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, three.
Good evening, members. It is 6 o'clock, and at this time, we are going to have Mr. O'Brien come before us to answer questions. He is our accountant with the firm Grassi and Company. Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you. First, I want to sincerely apologize on the delays that it's taking us to count the votes. We built the model that was based on the December 16th vote, and our expectation was that we would be able to plug in the live votes for today's votes, and then the model would calculate the votes based on the live votes. We've encountered issues with that model with the votes that we had today. We've taken the time to fix those problems. And one thing for sure is we want to verify that we're getting the votes counted properly. And unfortunately, that's taken longer than we expected. I want to make it clear that this is not anyone delaying this process from the party. This is our process. We've been engaged and been working almost around the clock to build the model, to reconcile the December 16th vote, to get to today's meeting. We are working nonstop to have those votes counted properly. The good news is we are very close to sharing the votes, and we believe that the process has been automated, that we will have a voting tabulation that is going to be in the expectations that we had set out when we came in today. Once we have those results, I will give an update on how long we expect the future votes process to take place. And I believe we are going to be sharing those results within the next, I would say the next 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you very much. So members, we do have that information, and we look forward to being able to move forward in the next 15 minutes. At this time, though, we want to just have a conversation so that we can reset, because there are a host of inappropriate, derogatory, and threatening comments that are being shared both in the Q&A and in the chat. It is particularly problematic because we're also seeing, in addition to those messages, we know that the people that we've hired to come in and perform services for our organization, our accountant, and our parliamentarian have received direct emails to their personal accounts with threatening and derogatory messages. That is not how we as a community operate. That's not how we as a community in Brooklyn represent ourselves. And this is not how we can move forward together. We are a collegial group of people who have committed ourselves to working on behalf of community. We have decided that we want to see a better tomorrow than we had yesterday, that's better than today, and that is inclusive of all of us. So the nasty, harsh, mean-spirited messages that we see being posted all along this web thread is just unacceptable. And so I am asking all people who are writing those messages to stop. At this moment, you need to cease your activity. You should not be contacting our parliamentarian nor our accounting firm directly. They are each businesses. If you have a business concern, send it to their business address. You should not be contacting them at home. And let me be very clear with you. Personal email addresses are considered home. It is not for you to use. And it's definitely not for you to send inappropriate and threatening comments. The conduct today it's already occurred today. It will be investigated. We will take the steps necessary to protect the people who we hire, as well as to protect our membership. We are not going to allow this to continue, and it will not go unanswered or unaddressed. We are here today to make sure that the business of the county committee is handled. We appreciate everyone's patience. We appreciate that everyone has signed on today and made this commitment. But we cannot do this if we are not committed to also being collegial to one another. So as we move forward, I am asking everyone to stop with threats, to stop sending nasty derogatory statements, to stop calling people out of their name, to stop referring to people with insults. All of this is beside the point, and it does not help us to move forward with our goals. We came here today so that we can conduct the business of the county and have an organizational meeting. Unfortunately, we have met some glitches, and the firm that we have hired has not been able to deliver the things that we needed in a timely fashion. We are very, very sorry for that. But that does not give us the right to take that out and to lash out against one another. So as we move forward, I need all of us to commit ourselves to the higher goals that we set out as we approach this work. That we know that this is about community building, that this is about unity, unification, that this is about building the democracy in our community and making sure all of our voices are heard through our county committee process. I know someone, and as soon as we are able to move beyond whether or not our community is going to adopt Robert's Rules of Order, we will be able to move our agenda forward. It is very unfortunate that this is where our hiccup happens, but we are going to get over it. The accountant has just committed to delivering information to us in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And we pray that everybody will stay online and that we will be able to conduct all necessary business within a collegial fashion. So thank you very much. I will be touching base with you in 15 minutes. And please, everyone, make sure that you tap back in so that we can continue the work of our community. Thank you. Good evening, members. I am very happy to report that we will be ready to resume this meeting in 5 minutes. If possible, please make sure to come close to the screen and tune back in, and let our other members know that we will begin the meeting once again in 5 minutes. We will hear immediately from our accountant. Thank you. We will see you at 6:35. I'm unmuted. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back this evening. We are very happy to continue with the work of the county committee, of the Kings County Committee. And to get us started, we are going to ask that our accountant, Jim O'Brien from Gracie and Company, please come forward to deliver the tabulations from the previous votes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And again, I want to apologize for the delays. Our process wanted to make sure we could verify the accuracy of the votes. And as I described earlier, we had some issues in getting the vote model working properly, but now we have the votes and I'm going to share my screen. Okay, is my screen shared yet? Let's see. I think. So, oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Share. And I'll put it in the presentation mode. So there's the vote one results for the motion that was earlier today. The yes votes came in at 1,192 and a half. The no votes were 942 and a half, and 15 votes abstained. And I've included the percentages on this as well. Vote two for the Roberts rule, the yes votes came in at 1,162. The no's came in at 986, and 2 votes abstained. And that's our update for the 2 votes that were cast earlier today.
Thank you very much for that information. At this time, I'd like to share with our membership that going forward, we have learned that it will take approximately 15 minutes after a vote is closed for the tabulation to be done moving forward. So we are going to build that into our schedule and our work here this evening. But with relation to the whether or not we're using Robert Rules of Order, seems as though the ayes have it because it was an up-down vote. The motion is carried. Robert Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, is the parliamentary authority for this meeting. So as we move forward, one of the commitments that was made last week following the meeting, which everyone agreed was not representative of Kings County Democratic County Committee, was to bring in an outside parliamentarian to assist us with conducting the meeting. At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Robert Robinson, PRP. He is an accredited professional registered parliamentarian, which is the highest credential a parliamentarian can receive with the National Association of Parliamentarians. He is the president of the Parliamentarians of Brooklyn, New York, and also the District 1 director, which covers all of the state associations and parliamentary units in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New England, and parts of Canada. The chair recognizes Robert Robinson, PRP.
I'll mute myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. As was articulated, my name is Robert Robinson, PRP. I'm a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians. I would like, before I address particular issues of import to this body, to make a few statements. The first thing is that as a professional registered parliamentarian, I'm a neutral entity. I'm not on anybody's side. And my role is to interpret the rules and provide recommendations to the chair. The reason I'm sought after and I'm effective is because my practice is to make sure that my recommendations can stand up in court. I base my recommendations on 3 things, and I would invite everyone to take a note of these 3 things. I base my recommendations on the law. I base my recommendations on an organization's rules of order. I base my recommendations on Robert's Rules of Order. I've in fact shared some feedback that was not particularly liked, but I base my recommendations on the rules. I am not in the New Kings. I am not in county. I am not in any of these political organizations. I don't have a dog in a fight. I'm interested in one thing and one thing only, and that is my job to interpret the rules and provide recommendations. The second thing I want to share, and I want to be very clear about this, do not threaten me. I'm here to do a job as a professional. So Alan Boneville, don't threaten me. You sent me an email to my personal email account. I forwarded that to the police. My response to you was do not email me again. And that was it. The detectives have that statement. Jorge Munez, don't bully me. Your quotes in the chat have been screenshot and they have been saved. We're gonna operate as professionals. You are Democrats. You're supposed to be about the process and about fairness. This is not the way that you do that. And I'm not going to accept that. Now, I want to share with you all some things that I think are of particular import with regard to what has transpired in your adjourned meeting, because your meeting has been referred to improperly as a recess. That's not what that was. It was an adjourned meeting, time affixed. And so I wanted to make sure we were all operating under the same terminology. It means the same thing. It doesn't change anything. I just wanted to share with you what the proper terminology was, and some of you know that. Now, Robert's Rules of Order has been established as your parliamentary authority. And so I want to refer you to the hierarchy of rules. The hierarchy of rules, R&R 23 to 225, page 19, not page 9 to 17, indicate that the hierarchy of rules are law, corporate charter, constitution bylaws, special rules of order, that would be your county rules, parliamentary authority, standing rules, and custom, which is also referred to as precedent. Judges like the word precedent. That's what custom is. I also want to make sure that now moving forward, since we have structure, you understand what that means. So assignment of the floor. This means that no one will be recognized unless the chair recognizes you. No one will be allowed to speak unless you have an interrupting motion. And your interrupting motion must be germane to the pending question, and it cannot be dilatory. Points of order are about an infraction of the rules, not a difference of perspective or viewpoint. Once addressed, all others are out of order unless the infraction is applicable to a new topic or an issue. That means you cannot continue to call a point of order on something just because you don't like it. There's also a differentiation between a point of order, a parliamentary inquiry, and a question of privilege. And you can Google all those things. The idea here is to be able to move the meeting along efficiently. So my comments now come from the law, and I'm going to articulate a remedy, court. And so let me share with you first the omnibus motion that was adopted at the end of your last meeting. The omnibus motion that was adopted at the end of your last meeting is out of order. And it was out of order on 2 grounds. And I'm going to speak very, very clearly so that everyone can document what I am saying and you can prepare your brief. Number 1, they violated the Honorable Judge Edgar G. Walker's decision, which determined that the Executive Committee's filling of vacancies was an infraction of your rules, and as such illegal. The net result of which means that the filling of vacancies becomes the first order of business to be taken up at the adjourned meeting, the recess meeting that we are currently in. It operates as a special order. This means that your agenda, because the judge ruled that the executive committee had no authority to fill vacancies, reverts back to what it was at your meeting that was adjourned. Article 3, Section 1, which has the filling of vacancies next in the order of business after the adoption of the rules, which you took up. So you handled that agenda item. Next would be the filling of vacancies. You have to understand that whether you were operating under Robert's Rules of Order, general parliamentary law, an agreement that two people made on the side, it doesn't matter. Law trumps everything, which is the reason why the judge, when he made that order, reversed what the executive committee did. So, because law trumps all, this is not debatable. It can't be departed from. Thus, the order of business indicated in the omnibus motion is out of order. The second point is that it violated your own rules. I'll point you to Article 3, Section 8D of your rules, and I'm going to read it. At the organizational meeting of the county committee, when unfinished business and new business are before the members, no motion or resolution requiring a vote shall be considered. I want to repeat that again. Under your own rules, it's Article 3, Section 8D. At the organizational meeting of the county committee, when unfinished business and new business are before the members, no motion or resolution requiring a vote shall be considered. I know it was 2:25 in the morning and everybody was ready to log off, but you cannot violate your own rules by adopting a motion that goes against your rules. A judge will rule that the omnibus motion was out of order just on those grounds, your rules. 3, the Mariana rules that were adopted, unfortunately, are also voided, as the adoption of which were grouped with the omnibus motion. I'm not sure who gave that advice. And Mariana, if you can hear my voice, let me just share with you that because they were grouped in this motion, then they are also void. You cannot cherry pick which part of the motion can stand and which part it can't. The rules included changes, which in effect are amendments. Amendments must be brought before the body, debated, and allowed to be amended before adoption. So when the Mariana rules were grouped with the omnibus motion, there was no opportunity for the body to debate and amend those rules before they were adopted. The existing rules, therefore, are enforced until such time as any new rules properly adopted are filed with the election board as per election law. So irrespective of what rules you adopt at your meeting, the current rules continue to remain in force. So this parliamentarian did not even understand the motion to continue the current rules that you all voted on in your previous meeting, because those rules were going to remain in effect anyway as per election law. I want to reiterate that the highest authority in the land is the law. And when the judge indicated that the executive committee did not have the authority to fill vacancies, then under the rules of your organizational meeting, you revert back to the order of business, the next item of which is the filling of vacancies. So I am now going to turn this back over to the chair, and I'm going to resume my duties as the parliamentarian. And I want to thank everyone for their time and for your vote to adopt R&R as your parliamentary authority, because I don't know any organized society that does not operate under a structured set of rules. for the reason of being able to move things along in a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. At this time, we are going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the filling of vacancies and the election of officers. We will first take up the election of all candidates who are filling seats that are uncontested. Our rules do not require a ballot vote be taken. And further, pursuant to Article 2, Section 3, Page 2, no nominations are permitted from the floor, as nominations must be made in advance, in writing, and signed by at least 5 county committee members. Robert's Rules of Order 4640 states that if only one person is nominated, and the bylaws or the rules in our case do not require a ballot vote to be taken, the chair may simply declare the candidates elected by acclamation. As such, at this time, the chair declares all candidates for uncontested county committee seats elected. Congratulations, and a list of all elected members will be posted publicly. We will now take up the election of the contested seats. Voting will now commence for all county committee members eligible to vote, who were registered as per our rules as delineated in Article 2, Section 3, Page 2. Please go back to the Simply Voting platform, refresh your browser, and you will have a few minutes to vote, approximately 5 minutes. The ballots will remain open, and we're asking you to vote. If you experience any difficulty, any technical difficulties, please refer immediately to the help hotline, which is 347-395-4059. We have contests in the following assembly districts. They are AD 43, AD 48, AD 54, AD 55, AD 56, and AD 60. Please go to the voting platform, refresh your browser, and vote in the AD 43 election. There will be a separate ballot for every AD. So after we close the vote for this assembly district, we will refresh our browser and the next ballot will pop up for a vote, okay? If there are any questions regarding how to use this technology, please do not hesitate to place a message in the chat where we have people available to answer all of the technical issues. Currently, the ballot that should be open and available to you is for Assembly District 43. All materials related to these elections have been sent to all of the registrants, and the link was provided as late as last night, where people were able to access the information to see complete slates and all information related to these votes. So please vote while this election is open. And it will remain open for a few more moments, I'll say. Sorry about that. just to be clear, we are using the Q&A to answer questions. So please, if you have questions, do not raise your hand. We don't have enough support to follow raised hands. We're asking for all questions and concerns to be posted in the Q&A so that we can get a response to you. The chat, we are trying to dedicate for technical assistance concerns. So please use the chat for technical assistance concerns. And we need to remind you to refresh your browser twice. We've heard that some people are not getting the new ballot when they refreshed once. So we were asking if you will do it twice. We found that that has been successful for most of our members.
This George is really clogging chat.
I just want to remind, oh, sorry. I just want to remind all of the members and attendees that all elected members of county committee are able to vote in these contests, in each of these contests. If you were elected this evening, you will receive, or you may have already received, I'm sorry, no, we're doing the vacancies right now. So if you are being elected this evening, you will receive an email after the election, after the tabulation, and after it has been determined that you are duly elected, then you will have the right to vote for the remainder of the evening. You do not have the right to vote. As was mentioned earlier today, those who were elected at the December 2nd meeting, the judge's decision threw out those results, and now we must redo the work, and that is exactly what is happening here. So you are not authorized to vote until after you are duly elected in this session. The election will be closing in 1 minute. So please make sure, if you are a duly elected member, that you cast your vote now. Thank you. It's really clear.
So there's one person that has
Right now? 1 minute. Yes. This election is closing in 1 minute. So please get your votes in. It is currently 7:02. At 7:03, this election will be closing. And just to remind everyone, all vacancies, all nominations to fill vacancies are required to be presented in writing and submitted in writing and signed by 5 county committee members in that district. That is how nominations were submitted for these races. Excuse me. And that is how we received the names for these people and the slates. The information of who is running and who is on each slate was provided to each registrant in the packet of documents that was sent alongside our agenda notice. I believe it was a link because it is a quite substantial document. It's a little over 200 pages, but it is there. So please, if you would like to see specific names, you're interested in particular ADs, refer back to that link.
Robert.
I'm going back in. The ballot has been closed, and we will begin with AD 48 in approximately 1 minute. So at this time, I'm sorry, in 30 seconds, please refresh your browser 2 times. At this point, you will have only seen ballot number 1 for the 43rd AD. Refresh your refresh your browser, and the next ballot, AD 48, should appear.
Emily's saying there's no contested slate in AD 48 in the chat. Put you on mute.
Let me check here. Members, please refresh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn off the video. Members, please refresh your browser. The election for AD 48 should be live. Someone keeps muting me. Please refresh your browser. It should be live, AD 48. Members, the accountant has just signaled to us that they are loading and refreshing. And so they're asking us to wait 10 minutes before we refresh our browsers and look for the next ballot. In fairness, they did tell us that it would take them approximately 15 minutes. I'm very sorry for moving us along so quickly. Please give them an additional 10 minutes. So at 7:20, we will aim to open the next ballot, which is going to be AD 48. We will come back to load the next ballot at 7:20, and it will be AD 48. Thank you. Hello, members. We are well on our way with our votes. Thank you for participating. We are working with our accountants. I do want to bring to your attention that currently our accountants are being bombarded with emails into their personal work account, their personal work email accounts. Please stop sending them emails while they are doing this very important work for us. What they are doing is detailed work. We need their full attention on it. The more we interrupt, the longer this takes. So please stop sending emails to their work email addresses. The more you flood it, the more they are inclined to stop, pause, read your messages, and they're really not able to address all of it. We are under a court order to conduct this meeting. Let's try to do it in the best way possible so that we can get everything done. Further, after we have concluded this meeting, all data will be made available. Again, after we conduct this meeting, the accountants can make all data available to us for review. We are not able to stop them in the middle of the count for them to respond to our individual email requests. So let's work together. Let's make sure that we're always reaching for the highest goal and that we allow this process to work as best as possible for us. This is ours. Let's own it and let's treat it well. So again, in probably 6 minutes now, we hope to open the next ballot. We have been given word and a hopeful message that after the first election, which was AD 43, is processed and tabulated, they believe their system has got a rhythm and it's going to be working a little bit faster. So we may not need the full 15 minutes between elections. We are looking forward to that. And I'm very happy to report that information to you because I want everybody to be able to to vote, to have their voices heard in this vote, and for us to be able to move on with the business of Kings County Committee. So thank you very much. Hello, members. At this time, the next ballot is available for, the next election is open. Please refresh your browser on the voting platform. AD 48 is now available. Please refresh your browser. You may have to refresh twice. And we will thereafter, you should thereafter be able to view and vote in the AD 48 election. If you're experiencing any technical problems, please reach out on the help hotline 347-395-4058, or send a message in the chat and one of our technical assistants will assist. Thank you.
Which part was this?
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good evening, members. We are going to close ballot AD 48 in 2 minutes. That is going to be 7:30. We're going to close ballot 48. So if you are having any technical difficulties, please call the help hotline. And if you have not voted yet, please refresh your browser and vote in AD 48. We have 2 minutes. Actually, now it's 1 minute. 7:30. Thank you. Good evening, members. We have just launched the election for AD 54. Please refresh your browser twice and access the ballot. AD 54. This is the third contest in the, the vacancies for assembly districts, filling the vacancies for assembly districts. And I want to say thank you so much to our members who are online. We are moving through. We have a good rhythm. We have gotten a understanding with our accountant at this time. We are going to have all of this done in due order. And I am going to say that we're going to have a happy holiday season. I'm predicting it now. So thank you very much for all of your work here today. This has taken us, I want to say, in excess of 20 hours so far, but your commitment to community is shining through. You all are to be applauded for your efforts, for your work, for your commitment, for protecting our neighbors and standing up for the democracy of our communities. So thank you. Vote in the 54th Assembly District election, which is now available on our browser. If you do not see it, refresh twice. And if you are experiencing any difficulty, please call 347-395-4095 for assistance. Thank you. Good evening, members. I just wanted to bring to your attention that this election will close at approximately 7:46. So please make sure to vote in the contest for AD 54. Our accountants are tabulating the results of each of these contests. They will come before us at the end of all 6 of these elections after their program has read and tabulated the count, and present to us the final results at that time. Because as many of us already know and is new to some, those persons who are elected this evening will thereafter have the right to vote in the remaining elections of this meeting. We will have to also, while the information is being tabulated, they will present a slide that allows us to understand what the results were, and emails will go out to all of the newly elected members so that they may actively participate in the remainder of the meeting. They will be able to participate as a voting member. So please remain with us, stay with us, make sure that you are voting. The accountant is tabulating our votes. We do not have to wait for them to complete the results of any of these elections before we release the next. So we are trying to keep things moving and maintain a flow of work so that they're consistently getting new numbers, so that they'll be able to produce the information necessary so that our new members will be able to fully participate in the remainder of this meeting, and we'll be able to move forward. Thank you so much. Good evening, members. The open election will be closing in 1 minute. Please make sure that you have voted. We want to make sure that we get everyone's vote in. And if you are having any technical difficulty, please reach out and get assistance. Thank you very much. So we have a couple of seconds. When this closes, we will take approximately 5 minutes to prepare the next ballot, and we will plan for our next contest, which is going to be AD 55. And AD 55 will be opened at 7:51. So we look forward to seeing you back then. And thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. We are back and we have our next election open. Please refresh your browser twice and vote in the in the contest for the 56th election district. Oh, I'm sorry, I was right originally. 55th, 5-5 election district. The ballots are open. The ballot is open. Please participate. If you are having any difficulty, please reach out to the technical assistance either by calling. The hotline is in our chat. It's 347-395-4059, or send a quick message in the chat, and if it's something that we think that we might be able to handle quickly with you that way. But either way, we want to make sure that everybody votes. This is for the 55th AD. And this election will remain open for approximately 5 minutes. So at 7:52, we will plan to close this election. Please vote. 7:57. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the time right now. 7:57 is the time that this election will close. It is currently 7:52. We're going to remain open for 5 minutes, approximately 5 minutes, and it will close at 7:57. Thank you so much. Good evening, members. We are now getting ready to close out the current election in AD 55. Please make sure that all of your ballots have been submitted. We are currently closing this election. The next election will open at approximately 8:05. This election, AD 55 is now closed. And the next election will begin at 8:05. Thank you.
Wait. Let me stop sharing.
Good evening, everyone. We are now ready to begin the next election, AD 56. You know I'm partial to that district. So here we are, everyone. Make sure that you vote in this one. AD 56 should be available on your browser. Please refresh twice. The ballot should pop up and you should be available to vote. Any concerns, please see the telephone number listed in the chat. It is the last item in the chat. Or you can also just send a quick message if there's something quick that we need to see and be made aware of. This election will remain open until 8:10. So please make sure you vote in the next 4 minutes. We're trying to move this along, and as our accountant is becoming better and more familiar with the technology that they have created, we believe that we're able to run these elections a little bit closer together. And we'll be able to pull the information so that they'll be able to continue tabulating. So although they do not have all of the numbers ready for us, we are able to continuously collect because they are gathering everything and then making the count. It will be presented to us at the end of the elections. We are at the 5th of 6. At the end of the 6th, we will take a short break so that they can continue tabulating. We will thereafter return and they will make a presentation to us with the results. During that time, while they're tabulating, they will also, you can also expect to receive an email. If you are one of the newest elected members, at that time, you will receive an email with your credentials, provided you have pre-registered. Those credentials will allow you to vote. So please work with us. Make sure that you get your votes in because we want to make sure that our members get their credentials and that they're able to actively participate. So we have until 8:10. Let's get this done, team. Thank you. Dear team, I'm very sorry for the delay. We got distracted. I just wanted to let you know that we are closing out the current election. The next election is going to be AD 60. Please give us 2 minutes, refresh your browser, and then you will be able to access the next ballot. So ballot AD 56 is closing out. In approximately a minute, you should be able to refresh your browser. And we will be able to move on to AD 60.
Looks like it's recording.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We have completed the contest in our assembly districts. We are closing the election for AD 60. And at this time, we are going to break for 45 minutes while the accountant continues to tabulate the results for each of these races. They estimated a half an hour. We're going to give them the extra 15. So I'm asking if everybody can take this time to break, get dinner, refresh, take care of messages, calls, and come back because we have a few more items on our agenda that I think we can get through relatively quickly now that we have our voting system in place. So at this time, it is currently 8:23. We are going to break at 8:25 and we will come back at 9:05. I'm sorry, 9:10. My math was off. But 9:10, we will be back. And at that time, the first order of business will be a report from the accountant on the results from the race. And by that time, all of the newly elected members should have received an email with their voting credentials if you have pre-registered. So please, if you did not pre-register, your district leader will have to vote on your behalf, and you'll be able to take up and assume all of your full responsibilities in our next meeting and as we move forward with our work as a county committee. So thank you very much. We will see you all back at 9:10 p.m. Thank you. So we're going to stand at ease. Ooh, hallelujah, our people are great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back to join us this evening. It is 9:10. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of bad news. The accountant has only completed ADs 43, 48, 54, and 55. He is currently still, he and his team are still working on 55 and 60. I'm sorry, 56 and 60. They are also preparing, so in the process of tabulating, they are also preparing sheets so that they can indicate the tally of votes that were secured by each contestant in every race. And they are also preparing the emails to come out to you. So they have asked us for some additional time. I am going to ask you to please be patient and let's allow them an additional half hour so that they can get these things in order. Our next order of business is the election of officers. We want to make sure that all of our members are completely credentialed and prepared to participate. And so we're just asking for a little more time. I do appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this problem. I know that we have been doing virtual meetings for some time now, but we are learning lots more as we have to do different styles of meetings, as we have to accommodate larger groups, as we try to move ourselves from being face-to-face for committee meetings and organizational meetings and church and everything else. And so as we're developing new language around all of this, I just want to say thank you for being patient. And I know that we've hit a number of hiccups throughout this day, but we're getting through them. We do not, the one thing that I want to bring to everyone's attention is when we come back and we begin the next set of elections, we will be able to go through all of the remaining elections without waiting for the results. So we will be able to continuously keep the flow of business going. We just have to give them sufficient break so that they can complete these tallies and have them ready for us. While we get our reports from the standing and special committees, our unfinished business, and do our new business, they will have time to assemble and present or prepare for presentation all of the tabulations for the remaining votes. So when we come back at 9:40, we are going to we're going to get the results from filling of vacancies. All of our newly elected members that have pre-registered will receive emails so that they can participate. They will have their credentials and they will be able to participate as voting members. All those who are elected and choose not to vote, their vote will be, their district leader will vote on their behalf. So we don't have to worry. We know that you exist. We know that you've been elected. We appreciate your work, but we understand that everyone did not pre-register. It is okay. Everyone who is already in and voting has already secured their credentials, and we know that they are authorized to vote. So this is just the next step so that we can make sure that the new members are also authorized in the same manner that our existing members were authorized. This is just something that we want to make sure is getting done so that everybody can be assured that the vote counts will remain exactly as they should, and that we will not have duplication, and that we will not have people voting that are not actually authorized. I think it was demonstrated in our overview that was given by the accountant a little bit earlier. They realized that I think it was 2 people had voted on during the December 2nd or 16th meeting that should not have voted. We don't want errors like that. So while we are taking a pause and we're waiting for them to finish the tabulations, we know that we can rely upon the numbers because we will be given the raw data after this meeting, but in the interim, we will be presented with the actual percentages and numbers of votes that were submitted for each of contestants in each of the races. So thank you so much. We are going to continue with this work at 9:40. We will remain, we will stand at ease for this time, and we will come back at 9:40. If there are any additional concerns and or questions, please remember to use the Q&A. That is what is being monitored, and that is the location where we are constantly checking and responding to messages. So we found that that's been a very good tool for us. We're able to get responses out to all of the members. And so I just want to say thank you. We are really moving this along. I am very proud of all of you, and I am proud to have been allowed the opportunity to serve as a chair of this meeting. You all have made this a wonderful experience, because I know that this is a trying experience, but we're learning it together. I definitely want to just say, I really do appreciate you. Thank you very much, and we will see you at 9:40. Good evening, members. Thank you so much for coming in this evening. We are going to get a quick update from our accountant, Mr. O'Brien. He has completed most of the work, is our understanding, but he is not quite done. So he's here to give us an update and to give us a better time frame so that we can resume our work. Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Unfortunately, we have not finished and we are still in the process. We are close to finishing the ballot 60, and I anticipate to have those results by 10 o'clock. And again, I apologize for the delay. I know we've been asking for understanding, and I hope everybody recognizes that this is a new process. We have the procedures in place. We are doing an accurate vote count, and the delay is only helping us verify the results. So there's going to be no issues with the process that we've been performing. And again, I apologize, but we are very close to having all 6 votes finished, and we will be updating everybody momentarily. Thank you. You're muted. You're muted.
Where muted? Like, is that?
Oh. No.
It's not news that we wanted to hear. However, we are very close to the goal. Please stay with us in the next 15 minutes. He's going to be back and he's going to give us the information we need so that we can complete the remaining work before us. Our goal is to get this done as quickly and efficiently as possible, but we want to make sure that we're also doing it properly. So thank you. We're going to keep moving forward, and in 15 minutes, 10 p.m., he has committed to 10. We're going to ask him, and we're going to believe that he is going to meet those commitments, and we will be able to move forward with the work. So thank you so much, and we will see you shortly. Good evening. I'm sorry. Good evening, family. I think we spent enough time together that I need to refer to us as family. We have our accountant online. He is ready to share the tabulations with us. And also, while he is talking to us, I'm going to advise all of our new members to please check your email, because I believe that an email is currently being, it may have just been sent, or it is in its way to your mailbox with your credentials. If you have pre-registered and you are a newly elected member, please check your email now. But to make everything clear, here we are. We're going to bring our accountant, Mr. Jim O'Brien, on so that he can please explain the final results or present the final results for us. Thank you, Jim. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And yes, again, thank you for your patience. And I will share my screen and begin tabulating or discussing the results. So let me just do presentation mode. So the vote results on vote number 3, this is the 43rd district. Slate 1, 1,191.5 votes. Slate 2, 447.5 votes, and 511 abstains. Vote 4, Slate 1, 1,299 votes. Slate 2, 694 votes, and abstain 157 votes. That's the 48th district. Vote 5 for the 54th district. Slate 1, 1,144 votes. Slate 2, 459 votes, and abstain 547 votes. Vote number 6, the 55th district. Slate 1, 1,171 votes. Slate 2, 267 votes, and the abstain 712 votes. Vote number 7 for the 56th district. Slate 1, 1,422.5 votes. Slate 2, 462.5 votes, and the abstains 265 votes. Vote 8 for District 60. Slate 1, 649 votes. Slate 2, 1,067 votes, and the abstains 43 votes. Those are the results for the district filler seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your work and for providing us with an overview of all of the results in this manner. At this time, I believe that we can assume that the emails are being transmitted to our new members that have pre-registered. And so we hope that you are checking your mailbox and that you access the credentials so that we can move forward with our work together. At this time, I'm going to move our agenda. Hold on one second. I'm getting a note from the side to give me an opportunity. It has just come to my attention that the emails are being sent and that a good number of you may not have received them yet. So we just want to pause for a couple of moments so that we'll have an opportunity, so that all of our members will have an opportunity to check their mail and to check and to read that new piece of mail that is coming to them. So we just don't want everybody, we don't want to be moving too quickly. I'm sorry about that. However, the email is being sent from the BK Dems behalf of Simply Voting. So if you need to do a search, Simply Voting is probably a good term for searching. This message will provide you with your voting credentials if you are pre-registered. We do not have that many more items on our agenda. We should be able to move through relatively quickly. And I see that there's a message up here.
Message on the chat.
So we're definitely, okay, we just found out that the messages are currently being sent. Everything should be in your mailboxes and you should have an opportunity to check them. And that'll probably, so yeah, we're a couple of moments, we're definitely in the right space. If you are one of our newer members and you've received it, please drop a note in the Q&A and let us know so that we can just stay abreast of the progress. I know that everybody's internet service doesn't always work as quickly as everyone else's. So if you're like me, you're constantly considering what are our alternatives and which ways we can improve the service in our community. So this is one of those moments where we get to test the companies that provide us service. I know it's not always easy. Thank you for being here with us tonight. You guys, I know that this is the 10th hour of our meeting today. This is a momentous occasion. We are complying with the judge's order. We are getting the work done of this county. We are making sure that we are in compliance and that we are following the rules. It has been a little bit arduous for us to roll out the new technology today, but with patience, I think that we have begun to hit some rhythm and that we know that we're getting the work done and that we definitely have an ability to conduct our meetings with decorum and also in a manner that respects everyone's time. So while we know that we hit a big bump, I definitely want to apologize for that. There is very, very few reasons why any meeting should be delayed for 3 and 4 hours. And so we acknowledge the shortcomings. We apologize profusely for having a system that was not ready and equipped to manage demands of our meeting. We thought it was a mistake, but we're glad that you were able to stay with us so that we could get this resolved. We know that we are all working through this together. I know that our team is definitely happy to see all of the members who are here on this call tonight. You guys are tried and true. I think you're gonna have to get t-shirts. CC tried and true, because you have been able to work with us through all of the I'm gonna say the transitional moments that we've had here in 2020. This has been a year of change. This has been a year of us embracing challenges as well as new opportunities. So all of these challenges that we've been facing is definitely preparing us for how we can move forward as a county committee and sort of institute some of the new ideas that have been floated. It is very encouraging to hear that there was a reformist call for us to create order for our meetings, and that we were able to do it together this evening. That there were calls for us to have a meeting this year of the full body, and that we've been able to do it. That there have been demands for how we want to restructure ourselves, and that we are about to embark upon consideration of a host of proposals that will get us closer to the goal of what we want our organization to look like. These are the things that's what transformation, that's what change, that's what growth, and that's what inclusion looks like. It looks like us continuously making the necessary changes to achieve the things that we imagine for ourselves. I am really proud of all of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is known to stand up, and you have stood up. You have made sure that your voices were heard. You have made sure that we conduct business as business is supposed to be conducted. Many of you know, and I share it constantly, I come from a community board background, and this is what it reminds me of, a group of people who are just committed to seeing something better, a group of people who dive deep into the issues, into the weeds, and they come out with ideas, and they come out and they move forward, they move their communities forward. So we are doing that tonight. I was looking over some of our proposals, and I am excited about the direction that they're taking us. I think that we are definitely looking at a moment in time where this county committee is going to have a lot of impact in our neighborhoods. There's an excitement in the air because people are paying attention. There's an excitement because at this moment, people really do believe that they can, one, join, that they can participate fully, and that their voices will be heard, and that they will have an impact. And I know many of you on this call are saying, I've always been doing that, but we also know that everybody hasn't always been a part of that conversation or that belief system. So right now we're widening the net. We're constantly growing our base. We are definitely bringing more people on so that they know that they are part of, that they are a most necessary part of our success. And I think that's kind of the message for all of us. 2020 has shown us that none of us make it on our own. The challenges that we face have made us realize that our success comes from us working together. Even when we might have slightly divergent pathways to the goal, we're still moving in the direction of the same goal. And I think that we are seeing a lot of that work itself out this evening. We might not think that every step, that we want to take exactly the same steps as our neighbor, but we're all going to the same destination. We are fixed and focused on a transparent, inclusive, progressive, protective, visionary organization. The one that makes sure that there's a space for all of us, our neighbors, our children, our families here in Brooklyn. That our voice of the voice of Brooklyn is also represented beyond the borders of Brooklyn. We play a role in a lot of different things. In our city government, our state government, our federal government. But in each case, it's the voice of Brooklyn. And I believe one of our members spoke a little earlier about our concerns throughout the borough. We are definitely committed to making sure all of us have it. I do see that some of our members are indicating that they have not received their email yet, so we're asking folks to be a little patient. I want to make sure that everybody has what they need in order to participate as we move forward. All of the message, and I've just got word that all of the emails have been sent. So at this time, anyone that has indicated that they did not receive their email, please check your messages, because we're going to begin the conversation. We're going to begin to move our agenda along. And we are going to move towards, we are going to take up the election of officers. So that is okay. Hold on one moment, please. We're gonna Okay. I'm sorry for the brief pause there. I just wanted to get clarity on what messages were coming in, because they were audible, or they were all audibles. Messages have been sent. The only people who are supposed to receive these messages, the email messages, are those who were just newly elected and they pre-registered before December 15th, or by December 15th. Let me be clear. If you did not pre-register by December 15th, we are not able to send you an email with credentials to vote in the remainder of this meeting. But all emails have gone out, and we are about to move forward. We're now going to take up the election of officers. At this time, the chair recognizes John Harkavy to read the list of duly nominated candidates. Mr. Harkavy, please read the list.
I'm about to mute myself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have two slates of officers for election for the Kings County Democratic County Committee. The first slate for chairperson, Arlene Alvarado Macala. For first vice chairperson, David Schwartz. For second vice chairperson, Shirley M. Patterson. For third vice chairperson, Victoria Kelly. For fourth vice chairperson, Christopher M. McCrate. The fifth vice chairperson, Tremaine Wright. The sixth vice chairperson, Lori S. Maslow. For secretary, Aaron D. Maslow. For first assistant secretary, Sabrina Rezzi. For second assistant secretary, Emmanuel Van Bran. The treasurer is Thomas Sorrentino. The assistant treasurer is Sue Ann Partnow. And the sergeant at arms on this slate is T.S. Candy. That is a complete list of the first slate. And if you give me a second, I'm going to flip over the page and I will read the officers nominated for slate 2. For chairperson, Samantha Johnson. Vice chair, Eric Kuhn. Treasurer, Aaron Oyang. I apologize, Eric. I apologize, Aaron, if I've mispronounced your last name. For assistant treasurer, we have Janice Henderson. For secretary, we have Derek Gaskill. For first assistant secretary, we have Naomi Rebea. And for sergeant at arms, we have Akel Williams. That is a complete listing of the officers nominated on the second slate.
Thank you, Mr. Harkavy. The chair notes that the nomination of Eric Kuhn is out of order, as the nomination certificate lists an office that does not exist. Our party has numbered vice chairs, and as such, the nomination certificate must be specific to the office a candidate is seeking election for. As with the filing of uncontested county committee seats, the chair now declares the candidates for each uncontested office elected by acclamation. Those persons are first vice chairperson, David Schwartz. Second Vice Chairperson, Shirley M. Patterson. Third Vice Chairperson, Victoria Kelly. Fourth Vice Chairperson, Christopher M. McCrate. Fifth Vice Chairperson, Tremaine Wright. Sixth Vice Chairperson, Lori S. Maslow. Second Assistant Secretary, Emmanuel Van Bram. We will now move to the election of candidates. Congratulations to all of our new officers. Because by acclamation, they are now in office and duly elected. We will now move to the election of candidates for all contested positions. Balloting is now open for the election of officers. You will have a few minutes to cast your votes for each office. Please go back to the Simply Voting platform, refresh your browser twice, and if you experience any technical difficulties, please refer immediately to the helpline 347-395-4095. Again, it's 347-395-4059. Please access Simply Voting platform right now. We are voting on the offices of Chairperson, Secretary, First Assistant Secretary, Treasurer, Assistant Treasurer, and Sergeant at Arms. This ballot will remain open for the next few minutes. We are trying to monitor so that we can keep this moving forward at a nice pace and that we will be able to move on to our next elections. Everyone, please note that there are multiple offices to be voted upon on this ballot. The offices are Chairperson, Secretary, First Assistant Secretary, Treasurer, Assistant Treasurer, and Sergeant at Arms. Good evening, members. Just to remind you, this ballot is going to close in 2 more minutes. Please make sure to vote at this time. Refresh your browser on Simply Voting and make sure to exercise your vote for all of the offices that are listed on this ballot. Two minutes and counting.
So Helen wants to know.
Thank you, members. The the ballot has officially closed. And voting has concluded. And so before we even move on, I just want to say congratulations to all those who were elected and to all those who put themselves forward to serve in any capacity of service in our county committee. It is a commitment. It's going the extra mile. So I want to acknowledge you for your courage and for being a part of the process and for being willing to accept the work that comes with holding an office in our community. So thank you very much. The names and final tabulations will be presented after we finish all of these elections that are before us in the remainder of the ballot. So they will be announced by the end of the meeting. Okay, so as we move along, I would like to say we're about to step into our rules amendments. And we have, you have already received the Maslow and the Alexander amendments. They were properly noticed and sent to the members. We will now take up the Maslow amendments in the order presented. The chair recognizes Aaron Maslow to read Amendment 1, which, if adopted, the rule will be amended as read. I didn't say that properly. I'm sorry about that. But the chair is recognizing Aaron Maslow, who will come before us to read the amendment in the form in which, that it will read if amended. Sorry.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Maslow, Aaron.
Can you hear
Are you
me?
on with us?
Can you hear me?
Hello, Aaron.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have 4 proposed amendments, And
I'm sorry, Aaron, we're asking you to just read the first amendment.
Thank
so that
you.
They move and adopt it, and then we'll go through each amendment so that everyone will have an opportunity to vote on it, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
This amendment concerns conducting a policy issue, local, international, national, state, and local public policy issues as presented. It's in the handout. It said 2 meetings in odd years due to the virus situation and the need to reassess the situation after vaccine distribution. At this point, I am amending my own proposal to have 1 meeting in odd numbered years for the sole purpose of discussing issues of international, national, state, and local public policy. Does the chair require me to read the complete text of the proposed amendment?
Yes, please.
Paragraph C of Section 2 of Article 3, the County Committee Organization and Procedure of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee is repealed and replaced to read as follows. C, in addition thereto, there shall be 1 meeting of the county committee in odd numbered years for the sole purpose of discussing issues of international, national, state, and local public policy. Said meeting shall be called by either the chair of the county committee or the chair of the executive committee. Public proclamation of such a meeting shall be held shall be made on the county committee's website by the chair calling the meeting at least 28 days in advance. Resolutions to be presented at such public policy meeting shall be submitted at least 14 days in advance to the secretary of the county committee. Such resolutions shall be signed by no less than 4 members of the county committee from each of no less than 4 of the 7 assembly district groups as follows. A, 425860, B, 414559, C, 464748, D, 445264, E, 50, 53, 54, F, 49, 51, 55, and G, 43, 56, 57, or proposed by any of the committees provided for in Article 6, Section 1. Notice to county committee members of such public policy meetings shall be sent not later than 7 days prior to the meeting date. The executive committee, for good cause shown by its majority vote, is hereby authorized to reschedule any meeting required by this paragraph. At such public policy meetings, no other business shall be before the county committee.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the amendment as read? Mr. Maslow?
I move to adopt my amendment proposed.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Oh, then is there a second? You have to use the Q&A, please, to second. It's properly seconded by Mark Eppelbaum. It is moved and seconded that we adopt Amendment 1. Is there any debate? Is there any debate? Debate is not an objection to procedure. So I want to make it clear what is happening at this moment. At this moment, we are talking about the substance of this proposal. And so while we are in debate, I'm going to ask that everybody focus their debate on this question that is before us. And if you would like to speak, I am going to ask you to please put your comment, or rather your request, into the Q&A, so we know that that's what you would like to do, because that is the forum which is being monitored, so that we can capture seconds as well as debate queries regarding the debate, or desire to speak on the matter before us.
David Michelson wants to speak, but he put it in the chat.
I see that we do have he's in the Q&A. Mr. David Michelson has a request to speak, and he will be followed by Edu Hermelin. So if we can bring Mr. David Michelson up, please.
Hello, thank you. Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. I am appalled that the Brooklyn Democratic Party, who elected one of the best attorney generals to our state, is saying we're not going to talk about national issues. National issues affect Brooklyn. To refuse to address those issues is to refuse to take our responsibilities. After COVID-19, after Trump, after all of this, how can we not take responsibility for national issues? National issues are COVID-19. I am a biologist. I know what went wrong. If we don't do national issues, COVID-19 is out the door. Climate change is out the door. Everything is out the door. How can we say this? I cannot believe that Alan Maslow made that suggestions. I oppose it 100% as a scientist, as a parent, as a resident of Brooklyn. It is wrong. We must take a stand on national issues as a local party. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. At this time, we would like to acknowledge the chair, Rodney's Bouchard, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I wanted to address Mr. Davidson. Michelson. I think this public policy is to address all types of issues. So I am with you. We definitely need to address national issues. I think we need to address all issues on a national, federal, and local, and to some extent, international. I think the fact that Brooklyn has a diverse, growing immigrant population, we have a diverse population that is impacted by world and global policies, that I believe is issues that we can take on, but national is definitely key. One of the key things that we certainly, as you mentioned, climate change, the budget right now, Brooklyn, New York City, New York State, we're hurting. We are hurting because we are a threat of continuous healthcare cuts. We are at a threat of continuous education cuts. We are at a threat of continuous healthcare crisis as the COVID pandemic. There's an uptick. We can talk about so many issues that lies on national grounds that we have to address. And a lot of times, I have to say that many times we do not know how to get to our federal legislators, our congressmen and our Senate. And so I think this is an opportunity. We as county committee members, we as the grassroots, the foundation of the Democratic Party, can learn and organize and rally on those very specific issues that impact our environment, our communities, our schools, our healthcare, transportation, our housing. Housing is a big issue. When we think of HUD being at a threat of cuts, that's going to impact the dollars that goes into our housing and public housing. So I am with my fellow county committee colleague. When we have these public policies forum, we need to address national. We need to address state. I'm a state assembly person, and trust me, a lot of the decisions that are impacting our community sometimes start at the state level. Whether it's funding for our transportation and infrastructure, our schools. We've had some great legislation and election reform over this past year so that we can participate in the democratic process. So we can't forget state, and certainly we can't forget city. But we start here. So I believe that this will be an opportunity for us to address all levels, including global issues that affect our world. So thank you. Thank you for addressing that. I am with you. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry. We have two speakers waiting in the queue, Mark Eppelbaum and Aaron Maslow. So Mark and then Aaron, please. Mark, we are asking you to unmute. Hello, Mark. We're asking you to unmute. At this time, it seems as though we're having a little bit of technical difficulty with Mark, so we're going to move on to Aaron Maslow, and we will come back to Mark.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to assure Mr. Michelson that my motion actually used the terms discussing issues of international, national, state, and local public policy. Any issues of any kind of public policy are included in here specifically. Perhaps I read this too quickly, but it is in there. Thank you.
Andrew Bursch, I believe you are next in our queue to speak. Oh, Mark is back. So after Mark, we will hear from Andrew Bursch.
I just wanted to say that I also do agree the importance of national issues, but things like COVID and climate change are really local issues. What I think is we should focus, what I think when we say about national issues, that we should focus on addressing the issues that affect our communities on even though they might be grand in scale, their effect on our Brooklyn community should be important. That's where the focus should be, not how they affect the nation as a whole. Thank you.
And now we have Andrew Bursch, B-I-R-S-H.
Hello, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to recommend voting against this proposed rule change because it seems to specifically preclude discussion of issues relating to Democratic Party structure in Brooklyn, Democratic committee issues, and other things that are the business of this group. Although it might be nice and interesting to talk about international and community affairs, we still have a lot of work to do on this organization, and the once-a-year meeting is perhaps the only opportunity for most of us to participate. So I recommend no.
Thank you. I don't know, I'm sorry about that. My computer is stopping my video, but thank you, Mr. Bursch. And I believe that is the last person that we have in the queue ready to speak, or that is it to, when there are no, since there, now we may proceed to vote. The ballot will be opened. Please go back to your Simply Voting website, webpage, refresh it twice, and you will be able to vote. We will keep the ballot open for 5 minutes. Yes, your ballot for Amendment 1 is before you, and it is for to be adopted as read and amended as read. It's approximately 10:50. This ballot will close at 10:55. Please see your Simply Voting platform webpage so that you may vote in favor of or against the proposed amendment. Good, good evening, members. This ballot is now closed. We are closing this election regarding the amendment number 1. At this time, the chair recognizing, we're going to move on to amendment 2. And the chair recognizes Aaron Maslow, the person who drafted and submitted this amendment, to come forward to please speak on the amendment and to read the amendment in the form that if adopted, the rule will be amended to read as follows. Aaron Maslow, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move the adoption of my proposed amendment number 2 as follows. Section 1 of Article 4, Officers of the County Committee of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee is amended to read as follows. Section 1. The county committee shall elect the following officers: a chairperson, first vice chairperson, second vice chairperson, third vice chairperson, fourth vice chairperson, fifth vice chairperson, sixth vice chairperson, and now underscore to add the following: seventh vice chairperson, eighth vice chairperson, returning to the original text, secretary, first assistant secretary, second assistant secretary, treasurer, assistant treasurer, and the sergeant at arms. Delete the following sentence. The chairperson may be of either sex. The vice chairperson shall be of the opposite sex. Continuing with the original language. A vacancy in any office of the county committee shall be filled at the next meeting of the county committee. Pending a meeting of the county committee, vacancies may be filled by the executive committee. With the chair's permission, I offer the following in support. This will add 2 vice chairs to have increased diversity, and the sentence about opposite genders, I believe, is outdated.
Thank you. And in the manner in which you presented it, you moved that we adopt the amendment. Is there a second? I'm sorry, I have to look in the Q&A. Lori Maslow seconds. Is there any debate? Please use the Q&A if you would like to speak on this proposal. Hearing none, we may now proceed to vote. We just want to give our accountants 2 minutes. So we're going to give them 2 minutes, and then they will open the vote at 11 o'clock. Okay?
This is supposed to be.
The ballot is, it's 11 o'clock. The ballot is now open. Please proceed to the Simply Voting platform, refresh your browser, and the ballot for amendment number 2 will be on the screen. This vote will remain open for approximately 5 minutes. We will close the ballot at 11:05 p.m. Second. Good evening, members. We have another minute remaining in this ballot. Please make sure that you are going online to Simply Voting and selecting, voting in this contest. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. It is 11:05. We are closing out this ballot. I'm sorry, am I on? I'm not sure if you were able to hear me, but it is 11:05 and we are closing out this election. Thank you, everyone, for your time and attention on it. At this time, we are going to move on to Amendment 3. The chair recognizes Aaron Maslow, who will be reading Amendment 3, which reads, which he's going to read, and if adopted, the rule will be amended to read as follows. Aaron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I move the adoption of the following amendments. Section 2 of Article 4, Officers of the County Committee of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee is repealed and replaced to read as follows. Section 2, it shall be the duty of the chairperson of the county committee to preside at all meetings of that body, provided, however, that the chairperson may appoint one of the other officers of the county committee or such other person to preside in their place. I yield the floor back.
Thank you, Mr. Maslow. As presented, this was moved. Is there a second? I see an I second. I think it might be earlier. Yes. Is there a second? You have to type in.
Q&A.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. We have a couple. Thank you.
Yep, and Lori seconded. 11:08.
We have Bova, John. So thank you, everyone. For some reason, it was thank you. There was a delay on our end. This motion has been seconded by John Joyner. He was the first in our queue. But just to acknowledge those who've also Bova, Ermelin, as well as Maslow. So thank you very much. Is there any debate or comment regarding this amendment? Amendment 3. Give it a second because it's taking a moment to pop up. Hearing no questions or comments for debate, we are going to begin to proceed to vote. We are waiting 1 minute so that we can open this ballot. So at 11:10, this ballot will open. So everyone, please, in 1 minute, I will remind you to go to your Simply Voting platforms to refresh the browser, and we will begin voting at that time. We will be voting from 11:10 to 11:15.
Ballot was voted twice. This is Joan from Joan Alexander Berkman to panelists.
Yes. Amendment 3 is now open. Please, I'm sorry, the ballot for Amendment 3 is now open. Please refresh your browser and access the ballot. it. I understand that there might be some confusion of what people are seeing regarding Amendment 3. On the ballot, it may read presiding at meetings of county committee. The amendment that we just heard is Amendment 3, and it relates to presiding at meetings of county committee. Oh, shoot, sorry. We have one more map. Thank you, everyone, for voting. The ballot is closing. And that was proposal amendment 3. Now we're going to move to amendment 4. At this time, the chair recognizes Aaron Maslow. He will read through and present. If adopted, the rule will be amended to read as follows. Aaron, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the following amendment regarding Assembly District Committees. 1. Sections 9 and 10 of Article 7, the Assembly District Committees of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee are repealed. And the repealed language relates to mandated 6 committees and a lot of details regarding Assembly District Committees. Section 2 of my amendment, a new Section 9 of Article 7, the Assembly District Committees of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee, is added to read as follows. Section 9, each Assembly District Committee shall provide in its rules for such standing committees as it deems proper, along with a description of their powers and duties. Section 3 of my amendment, a new Section 10 of Article 7, the Assembly District Committees of the Rules for the Government of the Kings County Democratic County Committee is added to read as follows. Section 10, the Secretary of each Assembly District Committee shall certify to the Secretary of the County Committee a copy of its rules, the names and addresses of elected officers and minutes of meetings, and shall provide notice to the Secretary of the County Committee of any scheduled meeting. And may I just quickly explain, some Assembly District Committees have not met in years, others have met and are very active, and we would like those who are meeting just to keep the county committee informed of what's going on, especially since there may be some legal duties imposed upon them with regard to special elections. We have to know whom to contact in order to arrange and coordinate meetings of these special elections. And also, I feel that mandating certain committees for each and every Assembly District Committee is not working. It is trying to have one standard for everyone. Different districts have different needs. They need to create their own committees that they themselves feel are necessary in their assembly district. There might be some committees that aren't even listed here that they need. Gives more flexibility to the Assembly District Committees. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield the floor back.
Thank you. As stated, it was moved that we adopt this amendment. Is there a second? Sue Ann Partnow, seconds. Is there any debate? I'm sorry, yes. It is moved and seconded that we adopt amendment 4. Is there any debate or questions? Any? Okay. Hearing none, we may now proceed to vote. The ballot for this, I'm sorry, you all. The ballot for this election is now open. Please refresh your Simply Voting platform, and you should be able to access the ballot for Amendment 4. Thank you. Good evening, members. The ballot is open. I hope that you've been able to access the ballot on your Simply Voting. Amendment 4 is available for you to vote upon. If you're experiencing any technical difficulty, please make sure to touch base with our technical assistants at the telephone number that has been distributed to you earlier, or leave us a message in the chat. This ballot will remain open for 2 more minutes. One second, I'm just gonna let folks know. Good evening, members. I just want to let you know one of our members is having a little bit of trouble. We are working through that. I know that some of you can see it in the chat, so please just allow us 2 minutes so that we can assist this our member. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we are closing this ballot and we are going to be moving on to the next items on our agenda, which are the Alexander amendments, which were properly noticed and sent to members. We will now take up the Alexander amendments in the order presented. Amendment 1 reads, no, I'm not going to read it. I'm gonna allow it because this is the same format. We're gonna follow the same format here. I'm sorry about that. So the chair recognizes Mariana Alexander and asks that you read the amendment in the form that, if adopted, the rule will be amended to read as follows. Mariana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Sorry, just to confirm.
Excuse me, Mariana, are you on? Mariana, can you please unmute?
I think I'm unmuted. Can you confirm that you can hear me now?
We can't, we need you to turn up your volume.
Well, maybe I can try to talk louder. How's that?
It's better.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to present these proposals. I'm not here to discuss the parliamentarian's theory about the status of the prior adoption of the rules. I object to its interpretation, but I would like to take this opportunity instead to really focus on the contents and the merits of some of the key changes that myself and others have proposed. So the first change pertains to Article 1 of the rules. We're proposing a new section in Article 1 regarding the use of Robert's rules, which would read, Robert's rules, unless otherwise provided herein or in the rules of the appropriate committee, the proceedings of the county committee and all committees and subcommittees organized hereunder shall be government, that's interesting, by the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. The second proposal has to do with Article 2, Section 4.
I'm sorry, Mariana. We are doing one amendment. This is Amendment 1. That's what you've been called and recognized to present. And so we're asking you to please address that, and then we will motion to see if we will pass it. I'm sorry, we will motion for it to be passed. It will have to be second, and then we'll move into debate. That is the format that we just went through with all of the previous amendments, and we'll be doing the same with those that you have proposed. Thank you. You can unmute.
Okay, apologies, I didn't realize.
Is there a motion to adopt this amendment? Is there any motion to adopt this amendment?
That's the wait until somebody moves and seconds it.
I can
Sue
open.
and I think.
No,
second.
that was. If there is no motion to adopt the amendment, if there is no motion to adopt the amendment, this amendment will fail. Again, is there a motion to adopt Amendment 1? I'm sorry, the amendment. Alexander Amendment 1. You must post it in the Q&A. Okay, so now we have Stephen Wagner. Can we please acknowledge Stephen Wagner? W-A-G-N-E-R. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Steve Wagner, and I move to adopt Amendment 1.
Thank you. Is there a second? Maslow, Aaron Maslow, is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
believing that the language is a little awkward in the phraseology,
No, no,
I
no.
seek
But I'm
from,
sorry, Aaron. We are actually looking for someone to second the motion at this point. Is there a second? We have Andrew Birsch. I'm sorry. Okay. We just wanted to make sure that it was actually done properly. It is moved and seconded that we adopt amendment, Alexander Amendment 1. At this time, we will recognize Aaron Maslow. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any debate? And now the chair recognizes Aaron Maslow. Can we unmute him?
I seek consent from Ms. Alexander to amend her proposed amendment to read as follows. The parliamentary authority for the Kings County Democratic County Committee shall be the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. I do so because the phraseology as originally presented is not exactly clear.
Okay, is she? Miss Alexander, are you amenable to this amendment? You have to unmute her.
Would Mr. Maslow be willing to explain what he finds to be unclear?
Aaron?
The clause at the beginning, unless otherwise provided herein or in the rules of the appropriate committee, to me, it's not clear enough. My wording would make it explicitly clear that the Robert's Rules of Order would apply, and Robert's Rules happens to contain a provision that where there's a conflict between Roberts and rules, the rules prevail over Roberts. And I would ask that the parliamentarian confirm if I'm right or wrong. I believe my language is clearer.
Now you can speak. I'm sorry, the
Parliamentarian will answer, and then we'll come back to
Mariana to see if she accepts this.
Mr. Maslow was correct in his assessment. There's no need to qualify it. If Robert's Rules of Order parliamentary newly revised, the latest edition is your parliamentary authority, then any rules that rank R&R supersede it. And so you simply need to state that you wish to have R&R newly revised, the latest edition, be your parliamentary authority. And it covers what you are trying to articulate. The way you phrase it, Mariana, right, convolutes it, and that's unnecessary. What you're trying to do is exactly what he stated. Not sure, because I see the word government, who advised you to phrase it that way, but what Mr. Maslow is articulating is exactly the intent that you have.
Miss Alexander, do you accept this amendment?
I do not, just because, so this was actually taken out of the Manhattan rules, Manhattan Democratic County Committee rules. And I guess I just haven't fully wrapped my head around the points being made. So for that reason alone, I'm not saying the arguments don't have merit. I just am too tired to fully understand them. So no, I do not consent.
Okay. Is there additional questions or debate? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to be patient. For some reason, I'm getting a delayed response on some of this. Seeing no further questions or debate, we may now proceed to vote. At this time, we are going to open the ballot for Alexander Amendment 1. Please go to your Simply Voting platform, refresh it twice. There you will find the ballot for Alexander Amendment 1. This ballot will remain open until 11:40. Okay. Members, there was a delay in the ballot opening, so the ballot is now open. Please go to your Simply Voting, refresh your browser, and you should be able to find the ballot. Please proceed to go vote at this time. The ballot will remain open for 5 minutes. Members, there are 2 minutes remaining in this vote. Please go to Simply Voting, refresh your browser, and vote at this time for the open election. It will be closing in 2 minutes, I think. So in 2 minutes. So please make sure, if you have not voted thus far, that you go to Simply Voting, refresh your browser, and access the ballot. Hello, members. At this time, we are going to close the ballot for Alexander Amendment 1. At this time, we are moving on to Alexander Amendment 2. The chair recognizes Mariana Alexander to please read the rule that will be amended to read, if adopted, the rule that will be amended to read as follows. Ms. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the goal of this change is to have county committee members be more intentional about who they're giving their proxy to if they can't attend a meeting. So to achieve this, the change reduces the number of proxies any one person can hold to 20. And we believe that this is sufficiently high enough that the committee can continue to meet its quorum requirements of 450. So it pertains to Article 2, Section 4, which outlines how voting occurs at county committee meetings. I don't know if I'm required to read the whole thing. I'm happy to, if the chair could advise, or I can just summarize the changes.
Yes, please read. We would like the Amendment 2 reads as.
Okay.
And if adopted, the rule will be amended to read as the following. Please read the amendment as it will be amended.
Okay, so Section 4, voting in the county committee shall be regulated by the following rules. A, each member shall be entitled to 1 vote except as hereinafter provided. Except as otherwise provided by law, a vote by roll call or ayes or noes in the county committee shall be taken by a call of assembly districts in numerical order. When the chairperson of such district delegation has ascertained the vote of its individual members, they shall announce the result, which shall be recorded by the secretary as the vote of the members of from said district. However, if objection is made by any member of the county committee, the membership roll of the assembly district from which they are a member shall be called, and the vote so ascertained shall be recorded. C, a member of the county committee may.
I'm sorry, Mariana, you're reading multiple paragraphs. What is the paragraph with which you are trying to amend? Because you're reading paragraphs that are not germane to your amendment. Please unmute her.
They are relevant to Article 2, Section 4, B and C. So I just read B and I'm continuing on to C.
No, they're not. No. So, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's not, but okay.
The changes to B were minor, actually just changing he to they, so that women could also be included and non-binary individuals. But so C is you're right, the relevant paragraph. So a member of the county committee may authorize as their proxy another member of the county committee. A county committee member may not hold proxies for more than 20 other members of the county committee. Such proxy may be general or limited and must be in writing, signed by the member so authorizing it, and filed with the secretary of the committee by electronic or physical means. A county committee member may revoke their proxy by declaring to the secretary of the county committee that said proxy is revoked. That's it.
We're not getting, so I just want to repeat. We need someone to move to adopt this amendment. And they have to do it they need to give us notice in the chat. So please, in the Q&A. So please, if you intend, thank you. Shaquana Boykin has moved to adopt the amendment. Is there a second? And then we have Sue Partnow. I'm sorry, Seamus Campbell seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt Alexander Amendment 2. Is there any debate? Yes. I don't see any comments. I believe we have a comment by Arlene Alvarado Macala. So we have a comment, debate, and/or question from Arlene. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to it's really a bit of a concern. I am a healthcare worker, and to bring down Proxy so low when we're having a pandemic, it's still not over. I've seen firsthand the tragedy behind so many people being infected and dying, and I myself have been scared by it. I think that bringing down the number of proxies that Ms. Alexander is requesting is a bit undermining the situations that we're living. We're not even thinking about those individuals that are not technologically savvy either, whether we're talking about our elderly, where we're talking about the visually impaired that may need assistance from their aides. We don't know what all the other ailments that are out there that would keep people, our county committee members, to being able to use a computer or to show up to meetings when we do go ahead and have them. So I think that proxies are the best way to go, if I may say so. And I think that's something that Ms. Alexander should be really reconsider. If you have not been out there like I have during the pandemic, you really don't know the magnitude of the tragedies out there and the seriousness of this disease. So please, take into consideration what I'm saying. I think it's the best way to go to continue to accept as many proxies as we possibly can, to be able to include those individuals that cannot do it in any other way to be a part of this process. If not, then they're becoming disenfranchised, and we're going through all of this for absolutely nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe we have another comment. David Schwartz. David.
Yeah, you hear me? Yeah, I think this number of 20 just doesn't make sense. It's unreasonable. It ties the hand of the leaders, like who want to promote the voice of their communities. Like Brooklyn's such a diverse borough, we're dealing enough, and just to tie the hands of leaders who want to promote their community just doesn't make sense. So it's unreasonable.
Thank you. If there are, Ms. Boykin, I guess, is next. She would like to speak.
I just wanted to ask a question. Does the proxies numbers of 20 go to just the DLs or to other CC members?
I believe that is a question for Ms. Alexander. Ms. Alexander, if we can unmute, and she would be able to answer. Thank you, Ms. Boykin.
So it kind of reverts back to how proxies worked before. So you would be able to give your proxy to a member of the county committee, any member of the county committee, whether they also be a district leader or not.
Thank you for that response. Are there any additional comments, debates, or debates? Is Ms. Henderson, Janice Henderson? Is this just a statement? Would you like to speak? Can we bring her up? Janice Henderson, please.
Yes, hi. Yes, I'd like to speak. The way the proxy system works now, it's not working. It gives all the power to the executive committee or the DLs. It takes away the power from the individual county committee members. And so in order to make that change, we need to make a change in how the proxy system works.
Did you hear me? At this time, we are recognizing Chair Bernice Bichard.
Thank you, Chair. So this is really ironic. I'll tell you why. Because at this recent county committee proxy gathering, a number of people held 200, 300 proxies because it was a situation where it was a pandemic and many people could just not make the meeting. So it's just really ironic to see that people are arguing that we should limit it to 20. First of all, county committee proxies can go to anybody. So it's not only limited to district leaders or the executive committee. Okay, so that myth, I want to correct. It is not true. Now, we do have a digital divide. There's a disparity across different neighborhoods of Brooklyn. We have 2150 county committee members that were elected. And literally less than 100 are on this Zoom right now. Why? Well, outside of the long hours, but even from the beginning, people do not have access. We have a number of district leaders who, when they're trying to make a vote, they can't because they're fighting with the challenges of access to Wi-Fi and the infrastructure in their neighborhood. Many are elderly, many have disability, and some are working 2-3 jobs. So all of Brooklyn does not live a really nice, privileged life. There's a lot of working class people who want to be represented, may not have a chance because they're working, they are taking care of their families, they are dealing with the isms when it comes to economic development, when it comes to housing, when it comes to discrimination, and all the things and resources that has been stripped out to so many neighborhoods. And if you look at the demographics that are on this Zoom, it's not necessarily a representation of all of Brooklyn. Especially in this pandemic, when we have 2150 elected county committee and less than 100 are on a Zoom, that definitely tells you there's a problem. And to limit it to 20, to me, is a way of disenfranchising and a subliminal way of really taking the power of the people, because the power of the people elected county committee and district leaders to represent them in the event they cannot make a meeting. As an assemblywoman, as a district leader, I organize my county committee members. We have meetings. And many times, guess what? They cannot make the meeting, but they trust me. And many of them, sometimes they don't want to give me their proxies, they give it to someone else, and that is just as fine. But we cannot create a system where it's only going to be 100 people representing Brooklyn. It makes no sense. We need 2,150 people representing Brooklyn. And in this current condition, it's needed by proxy. So I will not vote for this because I think it's a subliminal way to not allow our voices to be heard, which is one of the reasons why I am chair. I am chair to make sure that all corners of Brooklyn are represented, not one faction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that the next speaker will be our author of this amendment, Mariana Alexander. However, before I pass the floor to her, I do want to let everyone know that in calling on people to speak, I am not going to be responding to nasty and snide comments. If you intend to make a comment or to debate the matter, please indicate as much by simply stating, I have a debate comment or I have a question regarding the question before us. But snide comments are not going to be responded to. And I'm also going to ask our member that continuously puts repeats of the same message and clogs up our Q&A system, as well as our chats, to please stop. Otherwise, I will have to remove you from the meeting because you are a hindrance to us performing the work that is before us. We are all taking this very seriously. This is an open dialogue and debate about a very serious matter. And so I need us all to behave ourselves with decorum and to make sure that we are not usurping the process that we have just put together. We have moved through over 6 amendments at this point. Please, I'm asking everyone to conform their behavior and to pull back. We understand that everyone is not happy with every idea that is presented here tonight, but we are all adults and we will discuss these matters as adults. So at this time, we are bringing the author of this amendment forward, Ms. Mariana Alexander, who has the floor. Ms. Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to respond. I actually see this proposal as a way to deepen representation and enfranchisement, because when you reduce the number of proxies any one person can hold, that means people are being more intentional when they give their proxy to someone else. It is not at all limiting someone's ability to be represented at a meeting if they can't make it to the meeting, to the first district leader's point. Obviously, having some sort of proxy system is important, in place is important, because sometimes people can't make it to the meetings because of other duties. And so that is not proposing to get rid of that. It is just proposing to reduce the number one person can hold. And I'll give the example of the Bronx, who actually doesn't have any proxies at all. You can only give your proxy if you've come to the meeting and then have to leave at a certain point. You're allowed to leave your proxy with someone. And that is a very diverse borough, just like Brooklyn. And I think what we need to try to get away from in the spirit of democracy, in the spirit of representation, is the old system. And this is not a knock on former leader Cedillo, but if I remember correctly, in the 2018 September organizational meeting, he had about 600 proxies in his pocket, and therefore played an outside role in the kind of business of the meeting. Obviously, that's not a problem because people are willfully, signing their proxies over to him. But I think by just making this change, we'll get county committee members to be a little bit more intentional when they're signing their proxy over if they're not able to attend the meeting. So that's all. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. At this time, we have one more speaker, and then we will move forward. We will proceed to the vote. Theasin Fall, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly. So how would limiting the amount of proxies that one person could carry limit representation? It's just, instead of it going by default, just because people are, as previously stated, do have multiple jobs, cannot sit on a meeting for 12 plus hours on multiple days. Instead of my proxy automatically going to my district leader, who I may or may not agree with, maybe I would reach out to a county committee member that understands the way I feel about politics, about how I feel about the county, and how the body politics conducts itself. I would intentionally let them know that I would not be in the meeting. I just feel like that would be a better way to go about it, instead of like, maybe I don't catch an email sent at 9 p.m. for a meeting the following day, and automatically, whether or not it was done intentionally or not, my vote would go to my district leader. I think I would be better served by having my proxy go to somebody that I intentionally informed, and not by happen chance, basically.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And at this time, there are no further questions or debate. We're going to proceed to the vote. This is Alexander Amendment 2, and at this time, the ballot is opening. Please go to your Simply Voting platform, refresh the browser twice, and you will be able to vote in this election. This election is with regards to Alexander Amendment 2. Wait a second. Good evening, members. The ballot is currently open. Please go to your Simply Voting platform. Click the refresh button twice and you will be able to access Alexander Amendment 2. Please, please go to the platform and vote. It looks like we're actually almost everyone has voted already. We're going to keep this open for approximately another 90 seconds to 2 minutes. Actually, that'll take us to the 5-minute mark. So we'll be there and then we'll close this out and we'll be back and we'll move on to Amendment 3. So thank you very much. Minutes. Dear members, we have hit the 5-minute mark. We are going, it looks as though everybody online has voted. So thank you very much. We are going to close this ballot and move on to Amendment 3. At this time, the chair recognizes Mariana Alexander to read the amendment. If adopted, the rule will be amended to read as, and the floor is yours, Ms. Alexander.
Can the chair please advise that is this amendment regarding the financial governance?
The amendment that we have before us reads as requires that changes to the party rules be approved by a majority vote of the county committee or unanimous vote of the executive committee. However, we need you to read it in the form that it will actually be amended and passed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay, so Article 10, Section 1. These rules may be amended from time to time by a majority of the members of county committee present at a meeting at which there is quorum, or when the county committee is not in session, by a unanimous vote of the members of the executive committee present in person or by proxy at an executive committee meeting at which there is quorum. Any proposed amendment to these rules must be provided in writing, electronic, or physical to the secretary of the county committee. Any proposed amendment received up until 21 days before the organizational or regular meeting must be included in the notice of the meeting and posted on the Kings County Democratic Party website and must be voted on at that meeting described. Any amendment proposed subsequent to 21 days prior to the meeting will be voted upon at the following meeting.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt Alexander Amendment 3? Ms. Shaquana Boykin has moved to adopt Alexander Amendment 3, and it has been I believe that we have it is properly seconded by, I thought it was Partnow, Sue Ann Partnow. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. No. It just. No, it keeps coming up. Oh, I'm sorry. That was not Sue Ann. That was I read the wrong message. It was actually Martha Bryce Gaillard. Sorry. So the minute should be the minute should reflect that this is properly seconded by Martha Bryce Gaillard. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt Alexander Amendment 3. Is there any debate? Seeing no further questions or debate, we may now proceed. Common. Could the chair ask the movement to clarify how the amendment is different from the current rules? Okay. Ms. Alexander, we have a question for you. Can you please clarify how the amendment is different from the current rules?
Yeah, gladly. So the key difference, so currently or in the prior rules,
just need to know, how is this amendment different from the current rules?
So this amendment says that the rules can be amended by the county committee. That's not anything new. And by unanimous vote of the executive committee.
And how is that different from the current?
The old rules say that only a majority vote is required at the executive committee level to amend the rules.
So the old version says that a majority vote by the executive committee is the only way to change the rules?
So under the old rule,
so in presenting a rules change, the requirement is normally, this is FYI, the requirement is normally that that the presentation to the body includes what the amended language is, but it also identifies what's being repealed and or deleted. So I guess what he's asking you to clarify is what the differences are. And that's what we're asking. That's kind of what he wants you to just make it real simple for him. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, the key difference is that while under old rules, the executive committee could change the rules with a majority vote, under these rules, it requires a unanimous vote of the executive committee.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And just to make everything clear for people in the procedure of how this works, in order to, I'll do a clarifying statement after this. I'm sorry. Is there any other debate and or questions? Common, I did ask your question. Are you also asking, do you now want to speak? Can we give him a mic? Okay, Common Yeager, the floor is yours. Your mic is being turned on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everybody. The reason I asked the chair to pose the question to the movement is I've been listening to the movement's proposals in this meeting and in the last meeting, and I recognize the good place from which they come and the enormous amount of work that was put into it. But for this particular motion and for the previous ones, and I suspect for the ones that will come subsequent here too, what the members of the county committee are not seeing is the actual text of the language, so that those of us who are looking at the rules, I'm looking at Article 10, Section 1 right now, as it is currently written, I can't see what the movement would like to change it to. I'm hearing the description, and I recognize that the parliamentarian has held that this is an okay method of making this proposal because he understood the intent behind it, which is fine and fair, and I don't challenge that at all. But what I understand now from the movement is that there's an objection to non-unanimity. In other words, if a proposal is made and every single member of the executive committee were to support it but one, it shouldn't be accepted. I'm not sure what kind of government body, what kind of political party body, what kind of anybody would want to have a proposal in place where it requires absolute unanimity, lockstep, that we all have to agree 100% of the time, and if we can't agree 100% of the time, it won't pass. I mean, there is a concept of majority rules, and the rules as currently written require a majority to rule. Unless I'm mistaken, and Madam Chair, in your inquiry to the movement, she indicated that, I think I'm understanding it correctly, she's looking for unanimity in order to change the rules. I intend to vote no on this for that reason. I'm a member of the council. I think that it would be awful if the city council were to pass things only unanimously. And Madam Chair, you're a member of the assembly, and I think you would think the same. We want people to agree with us, but we also want to hear the other side. And it's okay if people disagree with us from time to time. I think we're seeing that here tonight or this morning. And that's why I asked for that. And I'm excited to hear the rest of the proposals for the same reason, but I'll leave my comments with respect to this. And I thank the chair for the floor.
Thank you, council member. And at this time, so I'm sorry, I originally just called him by his first name, but that was me being very familiar. So I'm sorry, council member. I do want to just acknowledge that we have a few people in the queue. We have John Joyner, and then Mariana Alexander, and then we'll be moving there'll be no further debate, and we'll proceed to the vote. Those are the people remaining in the queue: John Joyner, and then Mariana Alexander. Mr. Joyner, the floor is yours. Mr. Joyner, please unmute yourself.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. So yes, I just briefly want to say that I do feel that allowing for unanimous decisions or unanimous votes for any type of new growth, new change that we want to see, it may apprehend that. So for that, I would vote no. And yeah, that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mariana Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to respond to those two comments. The rules that we adopted at the last meeting and the rules that govern this county committee are the rules of the county committee. So I do believe it makes sense that the county committee be the primary body that is empowered to amend those rules for its own self-government. The executive committee, comprised of the district leaders, is a standing committee of the county committee. It is a subcommittee. And I think it also doesn't quite make sense to have a smaller body be able to amend the rules by which the larger body is governed. However, we recognize that, things happen like a pandemic, and sometimes it doesn't make sense to convene 2,000 people to try to make a rules change. And so the unanimous vote was put in there so that the executive committee, in their capacity as leaders of this body, still has the opportunity to change the rules. But really, I guess because it requires unanimous consent, would be limited to changes that were practical, that made sense, that said, we can't meet in person, there's a pandemic, so let's meet in another method. So that was the thinking there, but I do really firmly believe that these rules are the rules of the county committee and not just of the executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or debate, we are now going to proceed to the vote. The ballot is now open for the Alexander Amendment. Did I say that properly? Yes, Alexander Amendment 3. Please go to Simply Voting, refresh your browser, and you should be able to access the ballot for Alexander Amendment 3. We'll keep this open for 5 minutes like all the other votes. However, we are getting notes when everyone on the call has voted. So I'll let you know if we get a response before 5 minutes is up. Good evening, or rather good morning, members. The ballots are open. The ballot is open. Please go to Simply Voting so that you can cast your ballot. And also, I just want to address a couple of concerns that I saw in our Q&A. For the passage of all of the rules, we are going to we're using the same format for each amendment, which is a presentation of the new language. We're asking for it to be moved and properly seconded. We open it up for debate. Then we move to the vote. We proceed to the vote. It is the same format, and that is the format we will continue to use for each amendment that comes before this body this evening. We have 3 more amendments, and then I believe that we'll be very much nearing the end of our meeting. So we'll have a couple of reports, unfinished business, new business, and the adjournment. That's what's left on our agenda. So I just wanted to let you know there's a light near the end of the tunnel. This ballot before us is only going to be open for 1 more minute. So if you have not yet voted, please make sure that you go to Simply Voting and you access it. And just as a reminder, only those elected members who have pre-registered by December 15th were sent credentials to participate in these elections. They're the only newly elected members who are eligible to receive credentials to actively vote live in this meeting. You must have pre-registered by December 15th. It is now 12:30. This election is closing, and we are going to move on to Alexander Amendment 4. The chair recognizes Mariana Alexander to read the Amendment 4, that if adopted, the rule will be amended to read as, and the floor is yours, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you. So Article 5, Section 16, a new Section 16 to read, the Executive Committee shall approve an annual budget for the County Committee. So there's multiple section parts to this. So I'll just say that one in plain language. The idea is that the Executive Committee would have some oversight over an annual budget for the County Committee. The second part pertains to Article 6, Section 5.4. The Committee on Finance shall ensure compliance with the budget approved by the Executive Committee and have the duty to procure the necessary funds to defray the expenses of the County Committee. The Executive Committee and the Committee on Finance shall meet at least once per year for this purpose. The meeting shall be recorded, and within 5 days of the meeting, the recording shall be made available to the County Committee members. The committee shall keep an accurate account of all monies received by it and pay the same to the treasurer of the County Committee. So the key change there is that the Executive Committee and the Committee on Finance would meet at least once a year to review expenditures and revenues of the committee and compare it against what the budget had been. And you know that those meetings would be viewable by members of the County Committee. The next section pertains to Article 4, Section 4B of the rules. Within 60 days after each calendar quarter, the treasurer shall make to the Executive Committee and the Committee on Finance a written report of income and expenses for such quarter. Said report will be published on the KCDC website. So the kind of tweak there is that treasurer's report also goes to the Committee on Finance as well as the Executive Committee, and that it be published on the website. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Aaron Maslow. He's making the motion to adopt this amendment. Is there a second? Brad Reed seconds the motion to adopt this amendment. It is moved and seconded that we adopt Alexander Amendment 4. Is there any debate? Any questions or debate? Seeing no further questions or debate, we may now proceed to voting. At this time, we are going to ask that the ballot be opened for Alexander Amendment 4. I'm sorry, is there somebody that we're? Okay. Everyone can proceed to their Oh goodness, what is this thing called again? Voting, simply voting. I'm sorry, I know I've said it a million times tonight. Please proceed to simply voting platform, refresh your browser, and vote in the open election. It is regarding Alexander Amendment 4. Two more.